Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's it going, everyone? That's me, don't worry. I hope you had a great weekend. I did not, because I wasn't feeling well. Ruby, good morning. Bradley, what's up? Emerald, it's Green Tommy. Good morning. Janari, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I was so annoyed. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, oh man. Iskra with the 85 stream streak. Ruby with the 35 stream streak. Bradley with the 75 stream streak. Come on. Do we have a fourth? But yeah, I'm sorry about not stream. We do, Tommy, with the 10 stream streak. Um I oh man, it's still not perfect, but I just had a sore throat over the course of a weekend and a few days before, hence the lack of streams, because it was weird. I felt okay overall, but my throat was killing. And as you can imagine, talking for a job means that a sore throat's one of the worst things you can have, which was unfortunate at best. We do have a special surprise for today. I meant to do it on Saturday, but obviously I did not stream. But we have this little cheeky cheese to open. Cyberpunk TCG Alpha Kit. Not too many of these knocking around, I'll tell you that for free. And we're going to open it a little bit later on. Hey, sir, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're not getting anything good here. We are going to look at the... oh, I need to open it, actually. I'm going to look at the tournament results from the weekend, because there were some surprise things popping up. There we go. Wow, we got nothing. Classic. Yeah, I hope everyone's had a good weekend. We also have, is it tomorrow? Mugenics is out, I believe. Which should be quite nice. Let's have a look. Yes, 1 day and 8 hours, so technically tomorrow, realistically the day after, if we're going to stream any. Mamma mia. Okay, we might start just saving hourglasses. I'm not getting the, I'm not the luckiest person in the world. I collected one all-stars over the week, all one-stars over the weekend waiting for, oh, nice, nice, nice. A good goal achieved. There's also something else we want to look at, which I find quite interesting, but we'll look at that in a bit. Come on, load time. There we go. Why have I been sent... Why have I been sent this? I feel like I've been memed a little bit. Wait, I don't have this? Oh, is this from Deluxe? I see. Interesting Cyberpunk cards, yeah. Do you want a little cheeky preview? I don't really know if the preview will show you anything, actually. Oh, we need this Oricorio. It's a very nice box, I'll tell you that for free. Where's the way to open it? No, it's this way. I'm being stupid. Oh yeah, there is no... Okay, I can give you a bit of a preview if you want one. Hang on, that's a playmat. That's a play, Matt. Give you a little sneaky preview. Obviously, it's got the wrapper on, but little cheeky one for you guys since you're here nice and early. Right, come on, Oricorio. Please. Yeah, they look good. I've not opened them any. I've had them. I've had it a few days now, but obviously I was sick and I wanted to open it on stream with you guys. But just from looking at, I made sure, you know, I had a quick glance in the box. I've not opened anything, but yeah, it looks really good. We've got that. No. Oh my god, I've got 28 glooms. Okay, we're done with that. Right. Let's look at this. So we have the sort of go-to tournament now, which is Pocket Mads. Obviously, had a lot of players. Hydreigon, Absol, but also look at the new addition, everyone. The new hotness. Which let me wait. Why is this size gone weird? What is? How strange. Okay, let's cut some of this as well. Sorry about the flashbang, guys. Yeah, we have Altaria, Gourgeist, and Meloetta as well with a Jirachi. So a lot of stuff interesting. I think the Gourgeist at worst is a tank, and at best snipes some. Obviously, it takes out Oricorio, right? Like, you know, that's. I wasn't going to talk about too much. That's clear, right? It takes out Oricorio, of course. However, this is. It's interesting because I can fully see the logic where you only attack with this Gourgeist if you're going to knock something out, right? More than likely. Wukong, thanks a lot for the stream streak. You likely only knock stuff out with this, right? Generally speaking, yeah? And to be fair, I would say with this deck, once you've got Altaria down, Gourgeist never knocks something out in one attack. What? Huh? What do you mean? I'm so confused. There's a million Pokemon it can knock out. Like, you can go first and evolve this. Am I missing something? It can knock out Oricorio. It can knock out any, like, lower health Pokemon, of which there are many. I'm not saying it's going to knock out a Mega. I'm not it's going to one-shot an Altaria. What I'm saying is, this only attacks if it's going to take out a Swablu, a Meloetta, a Jirachi, a Chingling, a Oricorio, obviously. You know, like anything around that. I played it enough. Right, but so when you played it, you never knocked anything out with Gourgeist? Yeah, Dino and so Dino, sorry, and so on. It takes 2 discard. What? I'm gonna read Gourgeist. I'm so confused now. Hey, Hi Farm, what's up? Let me find Gourgeist, because I don't understand anything now. Wait. How the hell do you spell Gourgeist? Oh, it's OU. That's what I'm messing up. I'm just messing up the... I just didn't put the U in. Discard a card from your hand. If you can't, this attack does nothing. Yeah, I feel like people just didn't listen to what I said, though. I said that this rarely attacks. It only ever attacks to knock something out. I don't know what's wrong with what I said. I'm confused. Because you put this in against Oricorio, you have the option to just curve this straight into... If you're going first, this can knock out something before the other one can evolve. If that's beneficial to you, right? Like, Stadium has to be played with it because of 2 retreat. Yeah, I just don't know where this has come from when I'm just... If this never knocks something out and it never does anything, then why is it a card in the deck? Right? I don't know. I was just saying, this isn't like a main attacker. It's just there to knock out certain things in certain situations, right? But my point was, at the point where you're doing that, and as long as you have Altaria down, you don't really care about what's in your hand a lot of the time. So you probably just play this. This is like you throw it out there to either get yourself ahead early or to win the game in certain matchups. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. And funnily enough, a lot of people brought this. This was the second most brought build. 77. This deck won a no candy tourney. Yeah, but I don't really... Personally, I don't really care about alternate rule tournaments because it's irrelevant, right? To a large extent. Suicune Greninja. In this, at least, finally below 50%. You love to see it. Giratina Darkrai, short-lived. Magnezone Ori, everyone's building Ori counters. Mimikyu Greninja low. Chandelure Meowth was extremely low. I'm shocked. Mega Altera Greninja 50%. Galarian Obstagoon. Again, will people just believe me? One day, people will believe me that Obstagoon isn't good. Because I don't know how many tournaments we have to have where Obstagoon's hitting 30% win rate. Kangaskhan Darkrai 50, not bad. Snorlax EX Indeedee 52, not terrible. Mewtwo Gardevoir, again, not good. Entei Charizard, no. Kangaskhan, not bad. Mega Gardevoir Meloetta, what does this deck look like? Gardevoir, oh, it... Okay, so it's basically one step away from my build, right? Just like... They're running the Curliers and 1 candy instead of 2 candy, and they're running 2 Meloettas instead of 1 and a Mimikyu. Very close to my build. Which, you know, again, when will people start listening to me? That did pretty good. What else? Jolteon. Yeah, Ninetales, Crawdon. When we played it, it's kind of fun, but it didn't feel great. Donphan Lucario, no. Mega Blaziken did pretty good. Well, very good. Anything else sticking out? Altaria, sure. This is the one we'll look at in a minute. Wait. So I went 5-3 with Chandelure, sure. Yeah, these are... The problem with these is they're very low now. So we'll look at the deck people are talking about and playing. Excuse me. Which went third... No, not this one. That's a different Greninja. Okay, wait, where did it go? Oh, no. There it is. One player brought Mega Steelix Indeedee. This... Did it... I don't think it won, but it went far, right? You know what? Let's just... Got third, or top 4, I guess, is probably more accurate. Yeah, got top 4. Third. Well, third and fourth are the same, right? Because I don't think they play a third place match. So yeah, they got top 4. And it's basically 2 Steelix, 2 Onyx, 2 Indeedee. And you can kind of guess the plan here, right? Just keep hitting people. You heal with potentially, 1 to 2 Indeedees. You take -20 anyway, and it's got no weakness. And then you just spam heal. End up with -40 from the helm after the attack. Which is quite a lot. Are you feeling better today? Yeah, not 100%, but I can't not stream, so... Yeah, this deck's okay. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. I pull my hair out against this deck, yeah. Weirdly enough, it seems a little bit weak to, oh no, it's covered. Yeah, oh, 70 stream streak, thank you, mate, I appreciate that. Yeah, this deck's a tricky one. It's just very weak to fast decks, right? And potentially a bit weak to Sabrina. But it is interesting. And it's always cool to see new stuff, right? But I do think it's important that... Why 2 different Onyx? They probably want one as a Oricorio killer. And one is the one to be tanky to go to Steelix. They probably deem that 2 weren't required to deal with Oricorio. It's probably the thing, right? Because obviously, right, the Onyx deals with Ori, but the question is then why run 2 different ones? Run 2 that kill Ori, right? However, I imagine the players got to the point where they were like, I never really need, like, I can get to 1 and get it done, so it's fine. It seemed to struggle when it couldn't find Steelix. Yeah, which is unlikely, right? I think that's a rarity. Because it runs 2 copycats, 2 research, 2 balls. Like, you get into Steelix as fast as you get into anything else in life, right? Yeah. Serena for... Yeah, but then what are you cutting? That's always the problem, isn't it? Right? Like, that's always the issue. I think the deck's fine. I don't think it... The thing is, with any deck, you're going to have moments where you just don't draw well. But 2 research, 2 copycats, 2 balls is more than enough, in my opinion, to make your deck pretty consistent. But no deck's going to be 100%. Sometimes your 2 megas are at the bottom of the deck, right? And that's just the way it works. Like, sometimes you just get got. But the problem is, if you put in Serena, then what are you cutting? Because I don't think anything is cuttable. Personally, I would cut 1 copycat for Serena. Yeah, it is the problem, right? It got top 4, guys. It's consistent. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't... You've got to be careful as well, because one player top 4'd once with it. Which, doesn't mean the deck sucks, but it doesn't mean it's the best deck ever either, right? No way this deck can beat Hydreigon? I mean, it probably had to beat Hydreigon. No? Hang on, can I go? No, I can't, hang on. Wait, can I? Oh, matches. Here we go. Beat Hydreigon. Beat Hydreigon. Lost to Hydreigon. There you go. It went 2-1 versus Hydreigon in the run. Oh, I bet they loved going up against Jolteon round 1. And Obstagoon. Yeah, 1 loss to Hydreigon, 1 loss to Suicune. They beat multiple Suicune and they beat multiple Hydreigon. Like, not bad, right? It'll be fairly straightforward, though. The trick with the list is getting set up. Because once you set up, you're very, very hard to beat. Why is everyone playing Ninetales? Is that just... you just randomly saying that because someone queued Ninetales into you on ladder? But yeah, the you need to get set up because suddenly then you're taking minus 40 damage. So you look at an Altaria max is only dealing 90, and then you heal. So it takes like 3 to 4 hits to knock out a Steelix with Mega Altaria, in which you're 120ing them every turn. I think the... I think managing Onix is probably the most important thing with this deck. I think if you mismanage Onix, you could be in trouble. Because what you can't do is lose an Onix and then have Indeedee outright. I mean, this guy had insane luck to be a very lucky Ice Pop back-to-back full health Mega Absol. Huh? I don't even know what that means. But yeah, that's the deck people... you're probably going to start seeing that Steelix on ladder because it's a new thing, right? When to when not to use Brock, overdrawing. Well, for me, I mean, it's kind of dependent on coin flip. Wait, what's dependent on coin flip? You mean the attack? I think for me, you only ever actually use Brock in a couple of situations, right? Of like, do you have anything else to do? If you don't, obviously you just play Brock. Next thing is, do you have a Steelix? If you don't have a Steelix in hand, and you have a card draw supporter instead, I would do the card draw supporter, personally. Also, obviously depends how many cards are in your deck, so there's a lot of factors. But Brock is probably low priority most of the time in a general game plan. It's good if you keep flipping heads with Ice Pop and Onix's Dig. Well, I think you only ever dig with Onix once most of the time, right? At an absolute max. You can watch the VOD from yesterday. Top 8. Oh, yeah. I thought we were just talking about overall strategy. That's why I was confused. Yeah, I think the strategy is pretty... I mean, we can play it if you guys want, but... they def held back Brock at times for draw. Exactly, yeah, because Brock doesn't matter unless it's enabling an attack. The only other time you might dump a Brock early is if you have 2 Brocks in hand. That's... again, it's not as clear as this is when you Brock, this is when you don't. It's all conditional. But generally, I would prioritize card draw if you don't have Steelix. And if you do have a Steelix in hand, I would just dump Brock. I also held Mons. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. And that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of it is how you manage Onix and how you manage Indeedee. Because a lot of matchups, you probably don't even drop Indeedee. Because it just opens up stuff like Sabrina. And things like that, right? Like, you don't want anything on the board that isn't Steelix. Because that was the problem that they, I think the casters caught up with it, But I was watching a turn where they didn't have Steelix. Their hand was like 6+ cards, I think. And they were about to die. They had 2 Indeedis in hand. And their opponent was on 1 point, I think, because they knocked out one of the Onyxes. The other Onyx was good to go. And they copycatted with like 6 to 7, 8 cards in hand, maybe. And the caster's like, whoa, why would they do that? You need to put the Indeedis down to, get them out of your hand, right? So you don't redraw them. However, if the Indeedis go down and you do draw Steelix, and then your opponent just plays Sabrina, you lose. So I was typing in chat, mate, it's like, hey, you don't play the Indeedis because who cares if you draw Steelix at that point? Because then they just Sabrina you. And you just lose the game. I think the player made the right decision and just say, well, look, I'm in a terrible spot. I need Steelix. I can't play anything on the bench. Just rip the copycat and go. So I'm kind of with it on that. There is... So yeah, I mean, the two sort of big news points... for me, out of this, is the Gorgeist Altaria list, which we will try, and the Steelix list, right? Those are the big 2 points. Actually, let me have a quick look. Because, let's just pick the top one. I want to see what they won and lost to. They lost to Suicune and Greninja, and okay, so, yeah. Interesting. Wow, 1, 2, 3. Huh. So this deck beat 3 Hydreigon Absols and lost to 1. And I imagine it crunches Oricorio Magnezone, right? It also beat 1. It went 1-1 against Suicune and Greninja. Interesting. There's something else that we can talk about. Oh god, hang on, I've got to find the... I should have... Oh wait, I did save the tweet. I'm a genius! It's like one of the few times I've ever used bookmarks. One sec, let me hide. So this is just piggybacking off what I talk about a lot. Let me just load this. This is Central Leaks, just a popular Pokemon leaker, basically. Not that this has anything to do with leaks. So this is hey Thorium, how's it going? Thank you for the R40 stream streak. So we talked about this. I've talked about this. Everyone's talked about this. However, it wasn't what leaks posted. It was the responses that I think are very important to look at, right? So, DNA said they're struggling with player retention. Were you one of those people who stopped playing? Why and how could they get you back? Funnily enough, me and Falk, I know Falk. Falk's a friend of mine. I know him pretty well. Like we've had a conversation about this and so on and so on. So Falk's the response there, right? No, this isn't even a rage bait. This is nothing. So what I want to highlight with this is the most important thing to remember when looking at anything like this is too many people only have their own perspective on the game. And this is what I tried to talk about and try to sort of point out. So just to start things off, for example, the ranked conversation, it would benefit me if ranked was out more often. Right? Like, it was out for the whole month, because more people watch when ranked is on, and so on and so on. However, I understand that's not always the case. So, I just wanted to point out this, right? We've got someone here, Falk, because they took away ranked, so my habit of playing each day has completely disappeared. Pretty big blunder. Right? Fine. That's fine. Everyone's allowed to say why they think it's bad, or why they're losing players, right? That's nothing with that. And then... I think they lack innovative developers, or the ones they do have definitely not players of the game themselves, because the flaws are clearly visible. Oh, I did not realize this was an 8,000 page post. Okay, we'll go through this. They've had over a year to address player concerns, and yet they take several months to solve them. And when they do resolve some of the player concerns, they make the resolution overcomplicated. The $10 a month sub lacks significant retention features. I don't know what that means. I would argue the $10 a month sub gives you a lot of retention features because you need to log on every day to benefit from it, no? The dailies can be done in 15 to 20 seconds with hardly any meaningful engagement or rewards. Now, this is where things get interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it's not worth a sub show. So, it's fascinating that, to me, but again, just my perspective, that people want games to, like, force them to play them. Does that make sense? We've talked about this a lot, but it is fascinating to me. Battles aren't even close to being engaging due to lack of deck diversity. It's literally just rock, paper, scissors. Again, this is a bit more in depth, and obviously this person's had space to type, which is fine. I think for me, there's nothing wrong with not liking the battle system or thinking it's simple, because it is fairly simple. However, I would argue that I don't think it's deck diversity, and I don't think the game's rock, paper, scissors any more than a lot of other card games are rock, paper, scissors. But that's just my no, we're not attacking anyone. I'm just the point of what we're talking about here. This is just one response to. We're going to look at many responses, guys. Don't worry. But this is just me pointing out that once you read these responses from loads of different people, you realize that everyone sees the game in just such different ways, right? And this is what's interesting. So, no rotated out cards, no special battle modes or battle events, and a measly 15 XP for win. I mean, okay, I was with him until this bit. Who cares? So if I gave you 30 XP for winning, you're suddenly going to play the game more? Come on. Come on. Doesn't matter. No rotated out cards. You guys know I'm probably the person who's talked about rotation the most. But no special battle modes or battle events. I don't really know what this is. I guess people want PvE that isn't the PvE, but I don't know. Badges are uncreative and saturated, and the rare ones you do get only get to be flexed for maybe 5 seconds. It's so fast it doesn't even feel. Oh, the emblems. Sorry. Sure, you could put the emblems under their names during a battle, I guess. Weird and unnecessary limitations. Like, why can we only build 25 decks? Well, hang on a minute. I don't think that's a weird limitation. One, do you really need more than 25? And two, I think that isn't a weird limitation. I think that's a technical limitation. Now, I am not a game dev, right? However, I don't think you can just have thousands of deck slots. I think that's literally a problem from what I know of Hearthstone. Now, don't get me wrong. They've recently increased the deck slots, right? From, what was it? Was it 10 or 15 to 25 or something? Great. But I don't think you can have 100 deck slots per person. I think that is like, was it 20 to 25? Because I'm pretty sure that is a pretty hardcore technical limitation, because all of that is data that the game's having to like load and store and so on and so on. And I don't think that's as simple as people think it is. What even is the deeper purpose of community showcases and who browses them? I think does it need a deeper purpose? And I still get likes on community showcases. I think people just like to make cool things. If the data is stored locally, it isn't an issue. Stored locally as in on the person's phone. One deck is a URL. I don't know. I'm not a dev, but what I know from other games is that you can't just say here's 200 deck slots. Because, well, why wouldn't they do it, right? If it's not a problem, why wouldn't they just say have infinite deck slots? Like that's what I think a lot of people don't consider. If something was just not a problem at all and didn't cause any problems or no issues, well, why would they limit it? Right? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why would you limit it if it's just not a problem? Doesn't make sense. I don't even know what this means. Now this is what we're gonna get to. We've took a step into Interesting Town now. This won't be the first person to say this. Packs are released so fast that even with the monthly subscription and spending $30 to $50 on top of that, you can't even complete the collection. Excuse me. Now, this packs are released so fast is going to be a common theme. Now, this is probably the biggest spike in perspective, right? Right? Because for me, I love that we get new cards every month. That is honestly one of the highlights of the game. Right? It's one of the highlights of the game for me that you get new stuff to do every single month. Now, yes, some expansions are better than others. That's just life, right? But still, I think that's... Imagine if we had like an expansion every 3 months. Right? So... need to be able to craft cards like other games. Yeah, so I like it a lot, but we'll get to it. This is not the only person who says this. So this is where it's important to remember people just have different views and different perspectives on things. Who was the dev that thought a deluxe set was a good idea? If it was the lead dev's idea, I fear for the future of the game. Now, I didn't like the deluxe set. I still don't like the deluxe set. However, I am someone who only cares about like playing the game. So a set that doesn't have any new cards in it doesn't do anything for me. However, I also understand that some people like the collectability of the cards. Now, did the deluxe set get implemented well? I would say no. I think the implementation of the deluxe set was bad. However, there were positives for it. Right? I think there were positives for it. Yes, new players could get a lot of EX Pokemon. You could get a lot of dust from opening EX Pokemon all the time. Collectors had some nice fancy cards to go for and collect. So there were positives. It's just for me personally, I couldn't care less. And I was just sad we didn't get a new set to new cards, right? How many more times does the community have to ask for pack points to be merged across all packs to make completing the set more achievable? So this has some logic to it and also has some crazy logic applied to it, right? Because I think pack points are, on one hand, overestimated by players in that, oh, if pack points were merged, oh, my collection would be complete. It's like, what you want? How many pack points have you got? Because 1EX is 500, right? So, like, say you add 1,500 pack points across all expansions, 2,000. You can either get one 2-star card and 1EX or 4 EXs. Is that suddenly going to complete your collection? Like, I don't. Like, don't get me wrong. Would I like pack points to be merged? Yes. But I don't think making them merged solves. Oh, I've got a full collection now. I just don't think that happens. Decades of Pokemon lore to work with, and 0 themed events. Just the same old things on repeat with alternate art promo cards. I don't know how I feel about this. Because wouldn't it just be the same as it is now? Like, I don't know what, like, themed. Okay, let's do it's a Team Rocket themed event. So instead of this PvE, you have PvE against a Meowth and a Persian or something. Do you know what I mean? Is it really doing anything different? I don't know. I know all we get is currency. Themed card art. Sure. But is that like... yeah, Twisted. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. It'd be cool if, like, Red's in here in the game and Misty and it's like, you know, and all that stuff. But will it really be that different? Because if you look at the PV, let me just open it just so I'm making sure I'm not lying to you. Hold. So, like, I guess the step-up battles, instead of just Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and Leafeon, you could fight Erica. But other than saying you're fighting Erica, it doesn't do anything, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just the way I think about it. But nothing would change apart from they just say it's themed. Maybe that would be enough. Maybe that's what people want, which is fine. But for me, nothing would change. It would be the same thing, except instead of it being you fight Teal Mask Ogerpon, you fight in Koga with a Teal Mask Ogerpon. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, sweet. Right? I don't know what it is. But the PvE events are pretty boring and grindy when you want to get the hourglasses. Completely agree. I don't like PvE, but I don't like PvE in any card game because any card game, any PvP card game, PvE is almost always just dull and boring because you're fighting a bot, right? Like, the game is not built for it. And, like, the only thing I could think of, and I tried to think of many times, is if they did, like, a challenge run where there's like 10 gym leaders, and it not specific, any 10 gym leaders, they've all got their own decks. Or let's say there's 20 to 30 gym leaders, right, with their own decks. And you get a random run of 10, and you've got to win 10 straight or something. But again, I don't know how that would work, because sometimes you can just lose turn 1. So people would rage. Hearthstone PV was good. I thought it was trash. I was so glad when they stopped forcing you to do PvE. All I wanted to do with PvE in Hearthstone was get through it as fast as possible so I can get my bloody cards. That's all I cared about. So obviously that's just the way I am, which is fine. And then no roadmap for whatsoever for deeper, more diverse content plans. How can they expect anyone to be excited to come back or stay? But what content? This is my problem. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is why no one's offering content that is actually realistic. Like what content does PvP card games have apart from new cards to play the PvP card game with? Shit needs to be more rewarding the more you play the game. I don't want the game to become a grind fest. I think that's the worst thing it can do. They want events like Pocket Stream with player attention. Can integration live tournaments make it better? Here's the problem, right? I think the vast majority of people wouldn't even play in tournaments, even if they were integrated. Like, you know what I mean? I think my problem is, right? Just there's no reward for even PvP right now. I mean, well, we did just have an event for PvP, right? Isn't there currently an event? It's just a no. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with wanting the game to improve, but my confusion, as ever, is people like, oh, they need more ways to play the game. Like what? Because whatever you think of, it'll be ass, and you'll get bored of it in 5 minutes. That's the problem. Let's all just be honest, okay? What new content could they add? Let's say they add a gym leader run where you've got to beat 8 gym leaders. Well, it's got to be quite doable. Because if it wasn't doable, everyone would be like, this is too hard, it sucks, I'm not going to bother. And then you do it once and you've done it. Draft mode would be absolute crap. How can you have draft mode in Pokemon? You have like 2 Pokemon lines total. What are you drafting? I already answered Deep. I don't know if you got me muted or not. Like, what's draft mode? What are you drafting? Like, most decks have like 2 Pokemon lines and then trainers. A weekly month rotation of fun game modes. But what would the game mode be? That's kind of what I'm asking. Like, what are these fun game modes? Because I don't think it exists. I'm in the minority, but I just... Oh, I know people who only do PvE, yeah. Like, I just don't... I like, a seasonal no EXQ where they change the pool of cards would be cool. The problem with stuff like that is that can actually turn people off the game. Like, restricted queues can make people not want to play, is the problem. I think they could add a spectator mode. I think less than 1% of the player base would use a spectator mode is the problem with that. But anyway, that was just one response. We've got loads. Yeah, also bear in mind, just to throw that out there, almost every game ever released struggles with player retention. Player retention is like the number one, well, player acquisition and retention are like the two most difficult / important things in any game, right? So it's not like Pocket's dying. It's just saying, yeah, we're working on ways to do a better job of retaining players. Now we have loved the collection part. Was only collecting, but I hated how fast they released new content, not giving enough time to complete collections, and generated FOMO on limited releases. Sure. But again, very interesting. They release cards too fast. And then I think the biggest issue is that it's super laggy and not snappy. Also feels like a chore to open up packs, click on the daily gift, check for gifts, and then get the daily challenges completed. I mostly agree with this, although I think I wouldn't class this as a chore. I do think that all this click, 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 click is annoying. Don't get me wrong. I completely agree, right? But I think overall, getting the challenges completed takes like a minute, right? Like, come on. Pack points should be universal. I don't think this is as big a deal as people make it out to be. I'm being completely honest. I really don't. I think people are massively overblowing this. Like, massive. They're acting like if pack points were universal, it would solve it. Their mortgage would be paid or something. Like, it's just crazy. I started the game 1 week ago and completed every event / solo battle. Now to even ranked is you can just play the game. I mean, I'd be able to get a specific full art I want, right? But they do this change that's going to save the game, and the outcome of the change is you get to get 1 2-star full art. Are you then going to be like, oh my god, the game's perfect now? You know, like, I'm so happy the game is saved. I got my 2-star Pokemon Center lady. You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. I'm not saying it would be a bad thing to do, but it's not that big a deal. Yeah, I don't know. EXs are far too rare. So many times I saved up weeks to open a 10 pack, and I didn't even get any EX from it, and I can't build any of the newer decks as a result. I get that the full arts are rare because they're for collectors. Oops, sorry guys. Regular EXs should be more common so people can play the game. This, I think, is a tricky one because, like, I don't know. You can definitely be lucky and unlucky. But finding that, like, how much more common EXs need to be to make people happy is probably never going to exist, right? Disagree. Pat points are just rotting away when you can't use them. It's a bad feeling and just so bad when pat points are given out at a very bad rate anyway. But, like, okay, I'm going to look at my pack points. Hold. These loading times are rough. I mean, I'm on BlueStacks, so my opinion's a bit rough on that. Right, I have 210 pat points for Fantastical Parade. Secluded Springs, 245. Wisdom of Sky and Sea, 185. So we're on like what? 4, 5, call it 700 points. Eevee, 700 in Eevee Grove. So that's 1,400-ish. 10 points in Extra Dimensional Crisis, so irrelevant. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, that's an EX. That's 2 EXs. Right. Every other card game has a system like Pat Points, has them universal. Pocket is really the outlier. Yeah, Pocket's also an outlier in that you can trade cards and just give people cards as well. But like, you know what I mean? Like, we're like, with all that, I can get 2, maybe 3 EXs total. And I, bear in mind, with these Pat Points, spend money on the game. So anyone who's free to play would have way less. Way less. Way less. Love collecting, but trading has too many restrictions. Crazy times. Crazy times. What do you mean? And PvP has not enough rewards to keep playing it. I think people just don't like the game. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think it's a reward issue. Which is why it needs to be universal. Otherwise they would... Yeah, okay. Say, and this is maybe even being generous. Say the average player has 1/3 of the Pat Points that I do. That means across 6 to 7 expansions worth of Pat Points, they can maybe get 1 to 2 EXs if they made Pat Points universal. It's not that big a deal, is it? And that's, yeah, that is like 5 to 7 sets worth of Pat Points. If a free-to-play player pulls, they both have less time to get something they even want to spend it on and have a higher need to access all 3 diamonds. Which 1 EX is 3 diamonds, which are things like babies, Greninja. I'm not sure what the point is, Knight, but I think I've just... Yes, trading exists, but a lot of people that pick up won't go out of their way to find trades. Well, that's just like a boo-hoo you scenario. I'm not saying you, by the way, Knight. I'm on about if people play a game where trading cards is a thing, but they're like, I just don't want to trade cards. I don't know what they're moaning about then, right? Like, that's like saying, I don't want to open any packs, but I just want the cards. It's like, well, it's just a feature of the game. I don't know what to say. Like, oh, here's a way you can get the cards you want, but I don't want to do it that way. It's like, what do you want? Do you think the new players are getting just the same... Wait, do you think the new players are getting just the same players creating alt accounts to get 2 stars abandoning the account once the hourglass are finished? Oh, there's probably a lot of people running multiple accounts. Yeah, that's probably very common. I think 2 things they could maybe do to smooth the edges would be to make all previous expansions universal Pat Points. Current expansion they keep as is. For the pity system, if this one's be good to see how close they're getting to an EX. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think the Pat Points thing is massively overblown. I don't think the Pat Points making them universal. Now, but let's bear in mind, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. Why not? Yeah, do it. It'll be fine. It'll only be a positive. But my point is, people are acting like shared Pat Points would save the universe. And they just wouldn't. People wouldn't even notice it. They'd just move on to the next thing. I'd like to give them more rewards for Master Ball. I don't think it would affect the game retention much. Like less than 10 packs of those seems stingy, but I realize I'm not an average player. Yeah. It's a bit of a scenario, but if people don't want to engage with a system or isn't intuitive because you need a third-party service to organize the trade, drop the game. Well, they have improved the trading, right? You can favorite cards you want. You can offer trades without talking to someone. You can see what cards they want as well. So the system has improved. The problem they have with like what they don't want to do is let people type to each other, right? Which is understandable. I 100% get that because that is dangerous. You need to help people who don't want to spend money be invested somehow, even with how the meta always changes. I'm a day one player, but never bought gold in my life. If I can buy my pat points, I could buy way more than 2. Well, how many pat points do you have, Mana, out of interest? No, like I said, I'm not saying they shouldn't merge pack points. I'm just saying people are acting like it would save the world, and it just wouldn't. It would barely make a difference, and people would just forget about it a week after. I would say on average 600 points per set. But then you could use those to buy an EX from the set at the time, right? BS? Wait, what's BS? I don't want an EX, I want something rarer. Right, so that's a completely different discussion in terms of acquisition, right? Because wanting the merge to get, but here's my point as well, right? Like wanting pack point shared to get fancy looking cards, like I said, fine, but no one's really gonna care. There's stuff in the actual Pokemon games and in the old, which are trading. I could put up a list and say, now I've got a good enjoyment of this run using the platform instead. Oh yeah, for sure. The trading could be improved. But again, I think that again, I'm not a dev, but they also have to be wary of the size of the app, right? And all the things that come with that as well. Would save people hitting eBay to pay for them, I guess. There's literally nothing for free to play out there to maintain being competitive. I completely disagree. I think it's absolute, like, super easy to be competitive for free to play. Assuming you mean competitive PvP. You need one deck, which you can acquire in, like, a couple of days. Right? You can just get a deck within a few days. Unless you're telling me you're starting free to play today, that might be a little bit more difficult, but it wouldn't take you more than a week. Oh, I agree. The performance of the app, for me, should be a high priority. Yeah, you can literally get a good Blaziken deck right now. Each new release will make you spend 3 weeks opening, which leaves 1 week for opening older packs. So getting those 400 points of all the pack points would take 4 months. I don't know what we're talking about there, Lind. I'm sorry, I'm lost. You might need to let me know what we're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the game has a Blaziken deck in right now you can get for free. It's got the trainer cards, which are popular, that you can get. You can just trade, because again, there were so many people with just regular EX cards that they would just trade or share. Aren't EXs 500 points, not 400? I think they're 500. Oh, they're 400, sorry. Apologies, 400 then. Wait, 500. Top, are you lying to me? More people are saying 5. I thought they were 500. God, this is why I never trust Twitch chat. Come on. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting. Okay, next person. I'm still playing, but I've thought several times about quitting, and I don't rule out doing so. In my case, I'd like more freedom when it comes to trading cards. Right now, we can only trade cards of the same rank. Letting someone give you a card of any rank with nothing in return would be... Doesn't this exist within reason? Yeah, but this is sharing cards! This pretty much exists! This exists! It's literally a feature in the game! And now, they also added an internal, maybe regulated marketplace. God, they have this verified button, and they're talking about maybe regulated marketplaces to buy and sell cards for real money. Let's just back out of this one. I'm sorry, their opinion does not count. Yeah, that is crazy. So many clicks. I don't even want to collect my rewards. Give me one button to claim all. 100% agree. They need to just smooth out the clicking, because as someone who hates clicking because my hand is broken, completely agree. I stopped playing and I was a spender. Too repetitive. Now, listen, this is very... What is my hair doing back here, guys? Too repetitive. Sets released too fast. And was too expensive. In Thailand, Pokemon Go has regional pricing, which is great as it matches the real spending power. TCG Pocket here was more expensive than buying physical cards. I mean, bit of a loosey-goosey statement, because Pocket cards are free, technically. Yeah, this is... I actually think this is wrong, factually, because TCG Pocket is more expensive than buying physical cards. The only assumption I can make is they're on about to buy the full set. And I think Pocket might be cheaper to buy the full set than it is to buy the full set of any physical Pokemon expansion. Oh, regional pricing is fair. Agreed. But I don't know how that works. Like, can I not just VPN in Pokemon Go and pay like £1 for a £50 bundle then? I don't know. But yeah, I think this is just I don't know. This is fine. You presumably get banned. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've not done it and I don't know. I legit stopped playing because there are too many... Sorry, guys. My bad. Too many new packs and new cards. I like the way those things are like different in people's minds. One new pack every 2 or 3 months is a reasonable cadence, but one pack a month or only 6 weeks at absolute longest since launch is just unreasonable. You can't play a mobile game an hour a day. And this is what I'm saying, and this is what's very interesting, in that while we can joke around and say these people don't know what they're talking about or whatever, these are people's opinions. There are people that think their expansions are too often. Right? The meta would be stale, but think about this, right? Think about this, though. You guys are watching some idiot talk and play the game on Twitch with your free time. You guys love it, right? However, there are people who maybe play once a day for 1 to 2 games, if that. Or maybe play a couple of times a week, right? So, but that's what we forget about, right? Like, that's what I try and, like, force myself to remember all the time when talking about this, is there are people who play the game a couple of times a week or play a couple of games every few days, right? And those are players, right? We can't just ignore them because they don't play as much as we do. Yeah. So it's just important to remember, and this is what I'm talking about, right? When people say, oh, this needs changing, or that needs changing, or this is bad, or that's bad, you do have to consider, like, people talk about, oh, it's so bad that ranked is only for 2 weeks instead of 4. That is a benefit to some players. Maybe more players than it's a negative to, right? That's probably the majority. That's what I'm talking about. So when as I've said many times, and this whole ranked conversation, it would benefit me personally if ranked was on all the time. However, I at least try and talk about and understand the logic behind them reducing a ranked season, making it shorter, and making it easier to rank up, because you need less points, as something that will actually be appealing to players. Because it's like, well, now it's only up for a couple of weeks. It takes me less games, arguably, to rank up. Sweet, right? Great. That sounds like a huge positive when it's framed like that. So it's very interesting. Pull rates are absolute cheeks. Sets coming out too fast. There you go. And overall just burnout. Nobody shows everything they can do. People just buy into hype and then move on. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Jay Dankist, okay. Oh. This person's a caster. We would love to see more ways to actually play the game. If DNA held instance-based tournaments during that... See, now this is the issue, right? This is the issue. This is what I'm talking about. And this is nothing against Jay whatsoever. But Jay's just like locked in to something maybe 1% of the player base would care about. I didn't see anyone saying rank missing is good. I can understand why it could be good. I could understand why shortening the rank season could be a positive. What does 99% care about the most? I think a lot of players, it's a tricky one, right? I think the player retention issue is one that's incredibly hard to solve, because if you solve that problem, congratulations, you've just made your company very successful. I would be shocked if the average player even plays more than a couple of games of ranked. Never mind wants to sit down and enter a tournament, because if you enter a tournament, that is a fairly sizable time commitment. I think the quick in-game tournaments like Shadow... Yeah, but even those aren't short, right? They're not quick. I actually think, and again, it's my own bias, a large part of me thinks that rotation would have had the biggest or one of the bigger impacts in terms of retention. Because I think what people need to know, people don't want to slide into a rut, right? And I think an expansion every month makes that very easy to do, is to just slide into the usual rut of the game. I think this expansion has probably seen an increase in players because the expansion's really good. We've got a new card type, we've got some cool cards, cool things to do, and so on. And I think to knock that out the park every month is hard. Most people don't play ranked. Rotation would help retention. I think it would, because the rotation would make the game feel fresh. Right? I'm not saying for the hardcore players. I'm saying if anyone plays, like, the thing, there's different retention, right? There's retention for players who just log in and open packs and don't make a deck. That is one side. Retention from players who make decks and play and battle. If you did rotation, then that would dramatically mix up the game and make the game feel new, right? Which I think is the problem. When you release expansion every single month, which I like, but let's say there's 4 to 5 cards that have any real big impact on the meta on average, the game is barely changing every month. It's like just doing this, right? It's just barely changing. Now, if they hit it out the park every month with an expansion that massively mixes up the game, then sure. But that's almost impossible, right? Quit Pokemon a long time ago, whereas I'm not able to keep up with the cards. You could probably keep up with them now. But yeah, that's what I meant by rotation being one of the bigger things they can do. Oh, go back. We don't want to see my profile. What else have we got? They should add a story mode. This would be the biggest waste of time, in my opinion. Because it wouldn't change anything. Like a story mode that it wouldn't do anything for retention. Would love a story mode. But it wouldn't do anything to really help the game. In my opinion. Because think of the story mode. Each pack contains a new chapter in the story where you battle trainers and gym leaders. So it's just the same as it is now, apart from it would be Misty's water deck instead of a water deck. Right? But it's the same. It'd be exactly the same as it is now. And people would play through it once and never look at it again. Which isn't the best, right? Think that rotates A set when B is complete? I bloody hope so. So story mode would fit into the thing. That's fine, name, but what I'm saying is story mode wouldn't change anything really about the game at all. Next, gameplay sucks, and you have no time to get the entire set before the next one unless you pay, so it gets boring. Definitely an interesting obsession with getting every single card in a set before the new set comes out. If they rotate and keep 2 sets in the game, it will kill it. How so? I used to play until early 2025. Wait, I used to play this until early 2025. So they played for like 2 months. There's so much power creep every time a new set is released. Also, the moment you know your opponent's deck, it feels like the winner's already decided, since each deck hard counters the others. I'm not sure if that's true. They already strangle people to get... I don't know what that means, R7. Yeah, I don't know. Universal pack points and reduced price of points to buy cards. Open 5 packs a day rather than... This makes me laugh. Just give me all the stuff for free. Yeah, it's just a classic. Personally, it just got too grindy. Like, you want to do all the battle missions they give you so you can get hourglasses open packs, but the gameplay is so mind-numbingly boring and slow, even if you have it on autoplay, it just sucks to get through. I agree, because I don't like PvE. However, I wouldn't call it grindy. I stopped playing after the 3rd pack release. It's cool, but I'm fully indulging, but go, fine. Increasing the drop rate of rare cards, allowing trading of immersive and legendary cards. These are obvious choices. Nobody stays in the game that frustrates them or limits them when they can't win anything. I don't know what that means, if I'm being honest. EX Pokemon should be guaranteed every 2 or 3 packs. It is hard to take some of these seriously, isn't it? But these people take themselves seriously. 3rd pack was Celebi. No, that was the 2nd pack, right? Wait, this Celebi was the first expansion, wasn't it? Like this, like AX every 2 or 3 packs. Like, do they know a lot of sets only have like 5 total EXs in them? They lost me at the FOMO duplicate set, which counted as its own set. Well, they changed it later, but already lost me. Yeah, I mean, Deluxe wasn't for me at all, but other people liked it, I think. Go back to a 60 card deck. Redeem packs from those bought at the store. Basically, fully integrate it like the original version. So they just want a completely different game, one that already kind of exists. Very interesting. Power creep, slow UI, weak PvP rewards, neglected times, and EX cards that are far too rare for what they are. Okay. It's kind of just not fun. Wait, this isn't actually a... No. Plus, going back to finish old sets just seems impossible when I want to complete the new set too. Just trade cards. You can't trade good cards, and there's honestly no just no good reason. The thing is, if people just don't like the game, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think some of these reasonings are very odd. 60? You would no. They just want the Pokemon card game. A temple guaranteeing at least 1 EX wouldn't be such a bad idea. It would be fine, but I also think it would just lead to other problems. TCG is not 60? isn't it? How big of a deck is Pokemon TCG? It is 60. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, it does include energy, but the number one reason is it's just overall too expensive per pack. You can open one 10 pack and not get a single hit. Packs can contain doubles. At least stop that. No same cards in any one pack. See, that's very interesting because, like, you say that, but it can also contain two of the same EX, which is good, isn't it? I guess I'm thinking from a player point of view and not a collector. Yes, because of FOMO. Once you miss too much content, it's just no interest to invest time or money. The gameplay, this game plays so much with this concept of missing. I don't think this is even remotely true. Stop playing when I realized most of the coin flips and matchups were straight up rigged. Oh, yeah. All card games are rigged, and you subscribe to X. Everything I needed to know. These things go together perfectly, don't they? It was high rank on PvP during the first two seasons, and it just got stale to me. A lot of grinding behind a time gate wasn't fun. I don't even know what that means. Grinding behind a time gate? Yeah, either win or it's rigged against me. Trading cards is not that simple if you don't have a proper market where you can request, say what you're looking for. But you can say what you're looking for and offer trades, right? That literally exists in the game. Takes too long to open the packs. Too many screens and clicks. People left because of the mystery ticket. Hilarious. Sluggish UI, yeah. I quit because they kept slapping out a whole new set every month. Trying to keep up just became too much. When offering, but you need to have found a trade partner for them to see that. But you could offer a trade to literally anyone, right? Into anyone on your friends list, yeah. I think it's just difficult when there's... It's just generally unlikely they're going to make a full marketplace, right? Because it would probably make the app too big. It may have other consequences. It's something else that can break. And there's also just the issue of enough people are finding enough ways to trade anyway that they don't really care. I don't know. They made pulling packs just as difficult as real life, apart from the free, and put limits on trading for a free game. Like, bro, let us have fun and play / trade freely. So you just want everything in life for free, apart from your X subscription. I haven't stopped playing since release. I enjoy collecting the cards in game and trying to complete the sets. It's occasionally stale, but if you consistently rebuild decks to compete with the meta, ranked play can keep things entertaining. I played a crap ton those first 6 months, not enough incentive to actually use the cards. The game is not beginner friendly, apparently. I could put conditional trade offers on a marketplace. But all I'm saying is, and I don't have the answer, is it that simple to just put a marketplace into a mobile app? I would assume no. Because app size is also a big deal, right? And wouldn't that add massively to the app size? As a new player, you'll be behind. But I guess it depends what you mean by behind, because as a collector, you probably shouldn't be able to start the game tomorrow and just easily acquire all the cards for collection purposes. However, I think if you want to like build a playable deck, it's very free to play friendly. I mean, the third-party trade apps are really good. They could try to, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you can just stick a whole thing into a game, especially when it's a mobile app, right? I don't know. I'm not a dev, but I don't think it's that simple because I do know from, for example, Hearthstone's mobile app that a lot of their sort of building of it is conditional on how big the app is and how many buttons there are in the app and how many, because they don't want to overcomplicate the app either, right? They want it to be simple and clean. I think Pocket is a simple and clean thing right now. Yeah, I'm not saying Pocket's good right now. I'm just saying that to just stick a whole trading system or marketplace is probably more accurate, right? Like, I don't think it's that simple. Because as I said, I don't know how much size that sort of thing would add to the app, but I imagine it wouldn't be insignificant. So yeah, all I was trying, I mean, we're probably going to be, I've been talking for like a while now. Although people are, I guess, engaged. Maybe my viewer retention is not bad. But it's just, I thought it was very interesting when reading this, how wide of opinions people have and why they think the game isn't working for them. Hey, Saka, how's it going? Thanks a lot for the resub. Good morning.
Good morning.
I cleared all solo battles with the free Blaziken deck in my second account. They give tons of hourglasses, yeah. Oh, I understand why some people might think the sets come out too often, but that's kind of my point, is you're never going to please everyone. And the problem is that and it's one of the impossible tasks, right? How do you fix an issue that's almost impossible to fix to make everyone happy? You can't, right? And the problem is, and this is the biggest factor, right? And this is exactly right, Mayonnaise. Say they made the cards easier to acquire, or they released one set every 2 months, therefore you could just collect it all. How the fuck are they making any money? Right? That's a problem. Right? How are you if it's like, oh yeah, you could just get all the cards within the expansion time, which I do think is possible, by the way. Not all the fancy cards, but all the playable cards. I think that's very possible. But if that's the case, and or they make it even easier than it is now. Like, how is anyone ever going to spend money on the game? Because bear in mind, they already made trading way better by letting you trade current expansion, which was huge. Like, that's my concern is, I think, yeah, but I think shine dust rates need to change. I don't have as good a grasp on that because I spend money on the game. So I don't have as good a grasp on that, if I'm completely honest. But I don't know how bad it or how good it is. But all I know is there are many, 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 many people who are free to play that I see in this chat that tell me all the time that they pretty much collect the sets no problem. So I don't know how some people can do it and some people can't. An element of that, of course, is how lucky you are on pack openings. But I know a lot of people who can collect the whole sets without much problem. They need to implement a way to farm dust for free. I don't know how some people can not have a problem and some people can. I generally don't get it. I'm not even saying anyone's wrong. I genuinely don't understand how the experiences can be so different for free-to-play players. So yeah, I'm a bit unsure on that one. You shouldn't be tunnel visioned into spending packs and money on packs just to obtain dust you don't have in the first place. I'm experiencing that right now on my alt. Okay, but hang on a minute. Okay, give me details. When did you make your alt? And like, when did your alt account get made? And do you play the alt every day? And that breaks the free-to-play players always on top of the ranked tournaments. I don't think he struggles with completing sets and stay on top of the meta. It's kind of funny to see the free-to-play players. Free-to-play bare minimum versus free-to-play 3+ hours a day is very different. Wait, what does playing for 3 hours get you that playing for 1 hour or 10 minutes does? I don't understand. Isn't it? I think it's the same, isn't it? I don't know what time spent it changes. Does it change anything? XP and levels? No way is anyone telling me that leveling up has any relevance realistically on card acquisition. No way is anyone seriously telling me that? It gives you more packs? But how many more packs? Come on. Like, relevant amount of time? I sat down for an extra hour just to get that level. That level is like, what, 1 point something amount of packs? You get 12 hourglasses, right? Which is 1 pack. And then you get, what, 1 gold? Or whatever? Like, come on. Right? Come on. Like, let's be honest. Let's be realistic about things. But we talk about new card. This pack dropped the same time we have last year's Cyrus, unless you have no meta-relevant card. Not true. Absolute. Not true. In any way, shape, or form. You saying there's no meta-relevant cards in this set? That's crazy talk. Crazy talk. I'm not playing Obstagoon because it sucks, Pratt. Success. I'm gonna try this. We're gonna try the tournament decks. Alright, what else do we have? 2 Meloetta and 1 Jirachi. Oh, we can use the fancy Jirachi. How fancy. Okay. We'll name our children Jack. How many slots do I have? 2? Is that stadiums? I think most... Yeah, but the thing with... So my thing always with rotation is that rotation would just create 2 queues. One is the rotation format, and the other would be an unlimited format where you can still play all your own cards, and that would carry on. I think that would be the perfect outcome. I've talked about this a lot. Because it would also create more content. It would, like, organically create more content. Because think about it. Every time there's an expansion, there's 2 metas created. The rotation, like, I don't know, rotation meta, the standard queue, and then there's the unlimited queue. So you'd have two different metas every single time there's an expansion, and then more cards to like try and maybe a card in a new set sucks, but in the unlimited format it works with an unlimited card in there, so it's cool. Bang, more content, easy peasy. Hire me now. Yeah, I just thought I didn't get this man your ambassadors list. I thought it was important when I saw that post, and obviously it's from a really big Twitter account, right? Saw the responses, I was like, wow, these responses are wild. Because again, it's something I do talk about a lot, but it's eye-opening and important to keep remembering that not everyone plays the game like you do, right? And some people draw like absolute ass, like me. Pump. Pretty good. Okay. Little swablu blue. Balls. Okay. Also, guys, we do have our Cyberpunk Alpha kit to open in a little bit as well, so we've got that to look forward to today. Got a lot going on. Hate when digital card games lock themselves out of balance patches / changes. Yeah, that's a double-edged sword as well, though, isn't it? Right? There's positives and negatives to not doing balance changes for sure. Like, that's a bit of a double whammy in itself. Because there are positives to not doing balance changes. Because you've just got to look at Marvel Snap for that. Marvel Snap do tons of balance changes, but that isn't necessarily just good, right? But people want more. That's the problem, right? People would always want something nerfed or buffed or whatever. But there's also an issue where what if you trade or spend pack points for a card, then they nerf it next week? That's terrible, right? That's actually terrible. You'd feel really sad. And that is the drawback. Right? So that's where it's tricky, because look at Snap. They can sell you a card and then nerf it within a few weeks. Or they can buff a card to make you feel like you need to buy it. Right? At least in this, I'm not saying one's really better than the other. I do think there are just positives and negatives to both. But I genuinely do think that, like, the way they see it with Pokemon is, this is the card. If you want it, you can get it, and you've got it, and it works how it works. Or if you think it sucks, don't trade for it. And then it is what it is, right? And I think that even though it leads to problems like Suicune, for example, maybe Greninja, so on, we can name plenty, Solgaleo, blah, 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 blah. I do also think it's at least, well, look, right? Like, it is what it is. This is what the card is. Deal with it. I think it has to be agreed under terms. Did I put the Altaris in the deck, guys? You just misplayed. Oh, for the draw? Yeah, it's good. Well, it's because I'm talking. No, I know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Those cards can also just get phased out by power creep. How's that counter? More for balance wise. Yeah, it's always tricky, isn't it? It's very tricky because there's no perfect answers. The problem, isn't it? Got him. There's no just correct, because the correct answer is, oh well, balance the game perfectly, and it's like, well. Devs could add something to stop a broken card. But that opens that's like opening Pandora's box though, right? Because then who's deciding what stage a card gets to before it's broken and needs fixing or deleting or whatever, right? Because, okay, let's say they turn off Greninja. Oh, well, what if they then decide, oh, well, Hydreigon's too strong. Okay, they'll turn off Hydreigon. Oh, wait, Suicune's too strong. Turn off Suicune. Right, you know, it's just a never-ending scale of problems, right? I mean, they could do like other card games does. If you trade the card, if the card's on the most, it perhaps get enough to because the card's over here, you should be able to get a refund you spend on trade. What's difficult on that? Well, that still opens up a ton of problems in terms of who's balancing what and how. Because the game will never be balanced. No card game is perfectly balanced. Arguably, a perfectly balanced card game could be boring. I think what's difficult is people can't understand that in any meta, there'll always be X amount of good, like the best decks. That's just going to happen, right? But I've seen it in every card game I've played. Any deck that's the best, people like, they need to nerf it. But then another deck's going to be the best. Oh, they need to nerf that. Oh, another deck's going to be the best, and they need to nerf that. And it's just endless. So at least, and I'm not saying it's flawless, there are obviously problems, but at least with Pokemon, the decks are the deck, well, the cards are the cards, it is what it is. And they try and fix it by releasing new stuff. I don't think the current meta is bad. I don't think the current meta is bad at all. I really don't. I think this expansion's up there with one of the greats. I think this expansion's been fantastic, personally. I think this expansion's up there. One of the best, I would say. Just need to buff Jolteon. I've loved the last 3 sets. The last 3 sets. It's probably... yeah, they've been fine. They've been fine. Now, you can have X% win rate that is too good. But you can't just do that by stats, right? What was the worst expansion while I was at EV Grove? The worst expansion was the one where they added rare candy. I've decided. Hey, Eamon. Very interesting. Solgaleo meta was horrendous. Yeah, Solgaleo sucked ass. And that's why there just has to be a rotation this next year, if that makes sense. Like the next cycle background to what, October? That just... Guys, I need to stop talking because I just misplayed. Oh well. I meant to play Gorg. Gorgatron. Worst for me is when Misty was prevalent. I didn't really care about Misty that much. Because it wasn't good. You pick with Gorgeist, right? Wait, do you not pick? Oh, you do pick. Okay, I was... Wait for a second. I've literally never used it until now. We probably lose because I misplayed, but it is what it is, right? Yeah, I think Giratina Darkrai before Guzma came out was brutal. But for me, nothing is as bad as Suicune Greninja has been. Yeah, Solgaleo, Giratina Darkrai before Guzma, because I think there was one expansion in that. The expansion that came out, Guzma was the one after, I think. Solgaleo, no Guzma Darkrai, but it's still, Suicune Greninja is still, for me, the most depressing deck to play against. Yeah, those were the worst, I think, like off the top of my head. Hey, Shay. Yo, Silver Valley sucks. Yeah, Silver Valley was a knobhead as well, wasn't he? I think they should make breaks like in TCG. I don't even know. What do you mean breaks? You have to explain that to me, please. Current players really survive some harsh metas. Yeah, imagine having to play the game for a job when the metas suck. Ooh, very nice. Arceus EX meta was pretty bad. I don't think I minded Arceus from what I can recall. I thought Arceus was always like, obviously you could just get blown out, but I thought it was okay. Oh, another tournament deck. I think I'm supposed to try and blast, right? I actually wish we had more Arceus, like, Link cards. I didn't really like those, personally. That's annoying. What new decks are we excited to try over? Oh, we've literally just started playing. I've been yapping for 2 hours. We've yapped, and we've got more yapping later, because later on we're going to crack this. I think what I didn't like about Arceus was it, like, to play those cards you had to play Arceus. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is espresso depresso here, isn't it? Hey, Blinks. Cyberpunk TCG, what's that? Cyberpunk TCG. It's a physical TCG coming out, but I have an alpha kit. Very rare, very fancy. The Kawa Hop Hop. It's because I'm an exceptional influencer, actually. I think you'll find. How many Gregs have you offered to buy? Or maybe I'm just already ahead. Yeah, I'm just not wasting my time against that, right? Just a dumb game. Dumb card. I never know why these cards aren't just one-use abilities. I don't get it. Oh, nice. Did you like it, Blinks? I don't know how people enjoy it, really. I like it. I don't play much, but I liked it when I did play. Okay. Hey, Kazu. Apparently, new Lorcana set saves the game. Wait, did the game need saving? There's a card that suppresses all abilities in... No, there's only Muck that does basics. Yeah, Muck doesn't suppress all abilities. Mayonnaise, it's only basics. Hmm. When will rank start? Is it in 2 days? I think Wednesday? How much damage is this on? 120, Jesus. We probably just lose, right? I think we just cooked. We just needed Gorgeist that game, I think. Yeah, they just kind of got away with us doing nothing. If we started Gorgeist, we just win. Like, the deck's kind of funny to play, but you lose to anything that can actually just hit you early on, right? I want to see the Steelix deck. The problem with the Steelix deck is it's fine, but it's just boring, isn't it? I'm sure there'll be tons of videos on it of everyone saying how amazing it is, but like, you just make Steelix and then press the button over and over again. I don't know. I mean, I can play it if you guys want. I just don't know if there's much to do with it. No. That's so annoying. You know what? We'll put the second Meloetta down. Oh. Hold. Hmm. Hey, Kyle, what's up, mate? Don't know what the players are. Smaller than Ori Killer. Well, Sableye needs 1 extra energy, which is a big deal, but also you can just go first, curve Pumpkaboo, and just start just like they couldn't do this, right, if I had Pumpkaboo down in the front. Also as well, it plays around Copycat a little bit, which is nice. Oh, okay. Around Copycat? How? Well, you're discarding cards from your hand. Right? Not if you just played out Pumpkaboo. Wait, what? I mean, if you put Gourgeist in, attack, you have less cards in your hand than you would have, right? Wow. That's interesting. We just win. So everyone else wish Master Ball was slightly harder to get? No. I don't see what making it harder to get would do. Not letting electric or psychic play. I think you can play psychic. It can be difficult, but I don't think it's like a massive deal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think hitting Master Ball. I think hitting Master Ball should be very doable for anyone who puts a bit of time into the game. I think it's fine. And it's also on theme with Pokemon, right? Like, I don't think any of the high ranks in any Pokemon game are hard to get to. It's your ranking within that rank that I think is meant to be the tricky bit. Hey, Victor. Yeah, I think Pokemon like want people to achieve the good rank, and then the hardcore players go further, right? Because I think the big thing for me is, I don't think it takes anything away from anyone. Right? It's like other people hitting Master Ball doesn't take anything away from you as a player, right? All it does is make potentially people want to play more. It should give a better reward to top 10k players. I don't know, I think the emblem's okay. So I think the problem is, like, the game quite heavily rewards time because you never plateau, right? In terms of high ranks, let's say. Two master different B1 and B1A, each master is really short. Yeah, well, they have made it quicker. But I think they've made it quicker to make more people want to do it. Yeah, I think the problem is it's too time heavy for me. Maybe you guys disagree, which is fine, but I don't know. It feels very time intensive. Like, more time intensive than it should feel. Well, now you can say Greninja Suicune is worse than this deck. Well, Greninja Suicune punishes you for playing the game, which is what I don't like. What if they removed win streak points from ranked? It would still be the same problem. The problem with ranked is it's a flat gain for wins and losses. Obviously, win streaks are a little bit wonky, but you know what I mean, right? Like, the players never plateau because there's no MMR, right? Hmm. Hmm. I think I just hit, right? I'm pretty happy with this. It's not flat? Wait, how's it not flat? So the points you earn are MMR based? Did they change it? No. I said not talking about win streaks. I'm on about the issue of the points gain is not MMR related. Yeah, we did the whole tournament review earlier on in the stream, Victor. If you want to watch it, you can either, if you can, rewind the stream. If you can't, on my YouTube channel, I'm streaming as well, so the VOD's on there if you want to watch it, mate. Considering the strategies with win streak points, I don't think there's any strategy to win streak in. You just either win or you lose, right? The issue is, I'll give you an example. In Hearthstone, in most other games actually, in Hearthstone, if you are rank 1 and you beat someone who's rank 100, you don't gain much, or meaning rank 200, 300, 500, you don't gain many points. If it had Pokemon system, you'd gain the same points whether you beat rank 2 or beat rank 1000. Or lose to rank 2 or 1000. It's irrelevant. Whereas if a rank 1 player loses to a rank 500 player, they lose more MMR than the 500 player would lose versus the 1 player. So that's the problem. So the game leans more to rewarding volume of games than it does anything else. I don't know how you can implement an MMR system when in this game is more about luck than strategy. Your deck can brick 5 matches in a row. Is that about skill? But you look at all card games have that problem. You look at games over time, right? You don't look at 5-game sample size when you're looking at performance of a player. Not 100% Attica, but enough to power through. How are you doing? I do feel like there is a little strategy to win streaking. I can queue a deck that is strong against the meta, and I also feel aggro decks are more consistent win to win on turn 5 than grounded control matchups. I mean, I guess my thing is I'm not, like, picking a deck that's good against the meta has nothing to do with win streaking or not, right? Like, you're just picking a deck that's good against the meta. I don't think that's a win streak strategy. And all players are trying to win streak. But that strategy isn't to do with win streaks. Picking a fast deck isn't about win streaking. Right? That makes no sense. Picking a fast deck strategy is to do with it being a flat win rate gain. And not being MMR based, right? I'm playing against the meta, but that's got nothing to do with win streaking. No one brings a deck to ladder and goes, this deck sucks against the meta. Let's queue it, right? Like, that's not something you want to do whilst trying to climb the ranks. Doesn't it accumulate much faster? Well, the fastest way to accumulate a win streak is by winning games in a row. If you have a fast deck that has a 30% win rate versus a slower deck, but you have a 60% win rate, you're going to get win streaks more often, right? And you're going to hold win streaks longer. Like, if you want to win streak the most, you play the deck that wins the most. Right? I know that sounds really dumb to say out loud, but all these to do with fast or slow decks. Now, fast deck, I'm not saying there's the reason to pick a fast deck is because you can play more games. And playing more games is more powerful in this game because you get flat numbers. So if you play more games and win more games on average, you're going to beat everyone. No one will be able to touch you because if they play less games. What if I Cyrus this in now? No, we'll wait. I mean, you get more win streak points out of a faster deck regardless of the same win-loss ratio. Yeah, but that's not like a win streak strategy. That's just, again, a strategy that benefits you because of the way points are awarded for wins. Right? Because that you do that in any game. If you have the same win rate with two decks, one's takes 20 minutes, one's takes 10, you would never play the 20-minute deck. Right? I meant without win streaks, that wouldn't work. Wait, of course it would work. I don't know. I'm so confused. If win streaks didn't exist, and you had the same win rate with a deck that took 5 minutes to win with versus 10 minutes with another deck, the 5-minute deck would be the better deck because you will gain points faster, right? Am I confusing myself? Doesn't that just make sense? Okay, let's say 55% win rate with a longer deck versus 45% win rate with a slower deck. Well, now I'd have to sit and do maths. I don't know. Like, off the top of my head, I don't know what the maths would be, because it would depend on how many games can you play in a session, what's the win rate, and then points versus that, right? You just do the base maths on that. I'm not going to, because I don't like doing maths, but you would just calculate what gets you more, because then you'd have to do some kind of arbitrary calculation on how often do you win streak, how long does the win streak last, and so on. But I would imagine you'd still play the deck with a 55% win rate in that instance. Because you would win streak less with a 45% deck. But again, there's so many factors to consider. Oh, I'm just dead, sweet. But all I will tell you is, generally, I would just play the deck that has a better win rate. Generally speaking. Now again, are there decks, like if my deck took 30 minutes to play one game versus 5 minutes, okay, we can have that conversation. But you then have to do calculation on how more often do you get a win streak with a 10% increased win percentage, right? And then how much longer do you hold a win streak with that win percentage increase? And then there's also the question of, do these decks exist? as well. Like, what is the actual average turn limit difference between these decks we're sort of talking about, but sort of not? I'm glad we have Meloetta. Because then you would think about it, and there's a lot of factors, right? Because if that was true, then surely the most popular deck would be Jolteon. Jolteon, right? Because that's a fast deck with a lowish win rate, but it's giga fast. But that's not the most popular deck. And it's probably not the deck people are playing at the top ranks. I don't know for sure, because I don't watch all the players that play at the top ranks. So there's something telling me, as with everything, there's a balance, right? The deck's win rate, there's always a curve, right? Of like, what win rate is required versus speed of the deck. And those things are very hard to calculate. But I would imagine consistent win rate probably trumps all. Not most popular in ranked or tournaments? Well, we're talking about ranked, right? So what was last season? The last season, 7% of players played Suicune Greninja, 5% of players played Hydreigon and Absol, 3.7% of players played Venusaur, 3.6% of players played Altaria, 2.9% played Charizard Mega. Jolteon was, I think, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7th most popular deck. On ladder last month. We go in second. For PMPT. What's PMPT? Pokemon Pocket Team. Okay. No. On ladder. Just talk about on ladder for last month. That's what I was listing the decks order was. Okay. Guess we're dropping the swab. Is Jolteon the fastest deck? That'll be Hitmon. Hitmon's not that fast. Did they post the infographic on that already? They posted it on February the 4th. They always post it right after, don't they? The problem with Hitmonchan is it's 50 each turn, whereas Jolteon goes up to like potentially 60 turn one, but then like 80, 100, 100. So, you know, like because of the Jolteon EX damage, right? See, I would imagine Jolteon would be played way more if it was the best climbing deck. However, as I said, I do not really keep track of what the top players are climbing with. So I could easily be off base with that, right? I don't actually know for sure. Me praying Sceptile. You think we're getting Sceptile? I'm really contemplating before the next match, when on a streak, should I play around the match and burn the bad luck? Yeah, this doesn't surprise me, Lind. You are a very emotional thinker, and I think that's a bad thing. For this game, or for any game. You got him. It turns out, when they don't have Ilma, you just win. How does burning bad luck work? It doesn't. It's like the 40% happens all the time discussion. I do think the meta's pretty decent now. Or even could you find the post? It's just Pokemon, the Japanese Pokemon account. Pocket account. At Pokemon TCGP _ JP. It does work. No, we cannot. We don't have like made up sorcery in this stream, okay? Yeah. The English one doesn't post. Check the Japanese one. Okay. The meta is Hydreigon is the best deck. I thought you hated Stoke Charizard. Yeah, I think Hydreigon's dumb, but that's like the meta overall. Like I'm playing Altaria, winning plenty of games. You can play Greninja Suicune, which I hate. You can play Hydreigon. You can play Kangaskhan. You can play, I mean, apparently Steelix. There's loads of decks. I really enjoy playing Gardevoir. I'm now being stupid and let people playing Jolteon. I'm trying to think of other decks because there are plenty. People playing like Darkrai Giratina and so on, so on. Like the overall meta, I think, can be good, and it still have a deck I don't like in it. I mean, if we look at... Wait, do I still have it open? I do. I know it's not quite the same, but if you look at like this tournament, it's 14% Hydreigon, 10% Altaria Gourgeist, 10% Altaria Chingling, 4%, no, sorry, 6% Suicune Greninja, 4% Giratina, Magnezone Oricorio, Greninja Oricorio, Mimikyu Greninja, Chandelure Meowth, Altaria Greninja, Obstagoon Absol, Kangaskhan Darkrai, Snorlax Indeedee, Gardevoir Mewtwo, Charizard's in there as well, Venusaur, believe it or not, still in there. You know, that there's enough, like a good meta to me is there's enough good things to play that you can win enough games with. Right? Whereas, for an example, when Suicune Greninja was big, like, that was basically just the one deck, and nothing was coming close to, like, winning enough games to be relevant. Come on, Raven? What do you mean, come on, Raven? What have I said? Agree with you on So if you play with a 50-50 win rate in 2 brackets, you can boost the performance in 1 bracket. I have no clue what you're talking about, I'm going to be honest. When rank hits, it'll all be Dragon Suiken again, probably. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're just trolling me, Lind. Because I refuse to believe someone actually believes this. It's very confusing. We have to knock out the Greninja. Well, one of them, one way or another. Got him. Sabrina saved the day. I think I'll struggle to agree with anything you say that's maths related based on the conversations we've had in the past. Talking about switching between random games and ranked. Switching between random games and ranked is irrelevant. You are making things up to emotionally justify your wins or losses. You just don't understand how maths works, or you're trying to troll everyone in chat. Either way, I'm disappointed. Now, it must be trolling. I'm just going to assume it's trolling. I have to for my own sanity. It just has to be. It has to be trolling. I'm an emotional thinker. Nothing wrong with that, but you should also understand when things are just facts. And try and, like, I don't know, look at maths being a thing. You trolling? Yeah, probably. Probably just loves the attention. Hmm. How are we dealing with this scenario? Considering math, I was ranked 378 with ease. Have you ever heard the phrase, what is it? A broken clock is twice right a day. Twice right a day? Right twice a day? Words? Like, you not understanding maths doesn't mean you can't win games of Pocket. Those things aren't related, right? Like, I'm not great at maths, but I can still win at games that have maths in them. You can only influence your card draws to an extent. Don't even know what we're talking about. What does that mean? This is the problem, just random comments. Oh, the card's true. Anything for gaming in your life? Well, I'll sacrifice you for gaming. There you go. There you go, I'm now good enough. I've sacrificed someone for gaming. Maybe it'll work, we'll see. If I win this game now, it'll be because of the sacrifice, and the rest of you need to be careful. Because if the sacrifice works, you're all gonna get put on that fucking altar, okay? Me next, yeah. I just waited for this. Yeah. It's gonna happen, wasn't it? I don't mind someone messing about a little bit, but when it gets a bit weird, I'll call it a day. This hurts. Nah, look, there were two outcomes here. Trolling, in which it went too far and I was bored of it. Or they're being serious, and I can't take that IQ hit to myself. Maybe he wanted to get banned in this chat to influence his odds to not get banned in another chat. I mean, logical. It just makes sense, right? Well, I think the difference is saying that I've never sacrificed anything for gaming in my life, when I probably sacrificed more than most people. I'm good, Domri. How are you? Damn, this is like an impossible matchup. Is this deck just ass? I feel like it might be. Like, if they have anything that puts pressure on you, you're just dead. But bear in mind though, guys, as well, people that might think the ban's harsh, this is someone who not too long ago was also in the chat with similar conversations saying that something that statistically is 40% likely happens all the time. And it happens all the time because to him it happened 3 times in a row or something, he said. And it's like, my own brain does not have the cells to lose to this conversation right now. You definitely feel the lack of healing in this deck, right? In this build. The funny... Wait. We could win, guys. This is hilarious. You're killing me with this retelling? That's what happened. People were here. People who were here witnessed this conversation. It was about the hand. Right? On your opening draw, how likely it is to draw a Pokemon or not. Yeah, it was about Flame Patch, wasn't it? Yeah. It was about having, like, you need this Pokemon in your hand, blah, 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 blah. It was like, oh, yeah, you should do this because it's the right way. And I'm like, yeah, but that's pretty rare scenario for that to be required. And they're like, oh, no, it happens all the time. I'm like, but statistically, it doesn't happen all the time. I'm just looking at the literal numbers. Hey, Swiss. Going to play a tournament today? I don't know. Probably not. You get show off the kit yet? I've tempted people with it, but I was waiting for a little bit just to make sure my viewership was maxed, Coward, just for you, mate. I didn't want to do it too early. But I'm also, just so you know, mate, there will be an actual post and some stuff on it, not just a tweet saying I've got it. Yeah, this was the secret delivery. Alpha kit, because I'm an alpha. Right? That's why? Right? I think that's how it works, correct? Oh no. I'm starting to hate this Meowth card. 5 weeks Kickstarter launch, time is flying by. Oh yeah, you'll blink and it'll be like there, right? You ever have viewer battles? You know you ask me this every time, Troll. You're next on the sacrifice list. Also, not tomorrow, the day after, we're probably going to play Mugenics. It's had some very good reviews. Although, as you can imagine, some people are upset about the certain themes of the game. Would you mention French toast or an omelette? What do you think sounds better? What if you make French toast and then whack an omelette on it? Tell me I've not just solved your problem there and then. Tell me I've not just solved your problem in one easy step. What game? Mugenics. It's basically, think Bindings, think Style, Binding of Isaac, but you acquire and breed cats, and you basically see them doing the thing more or less. and these cats have stats. They're stats with cats and sort of classes, and then there's a little sort of turn-based RPG with them on missions, and then you come back and then breed more cats, and then get those cats to breed with other cats, and then you can sell the cats and transform the cats and so on. I actually hate this Meowth. I'm just throwing it out there right now. Wish I didn't ask. We can watch a trailer if you want to get more of a visual indicator. It's like ways I really want to describe it is like it's like XCOM with cats. It's not, but it sort of is. I feel quite confident. Get rid of this. Yeah, we can watch the trailer after this if you want, guys. Because we will probably be playing it on stream at least for one session. Also, guys, I'll tell you something. I need the weather to get a little bit warmer. I just want to go out in a hoodie and not be chilly. Because it's getting a bit warmer today. It's 8 degrees today, but it's just still a bit... Wait, they just misplayed. They just threw. Bonk! Ooh. I think... Wait. Oh. I think I've just had some good news. I think I got a key for a game I really want to play. Apparently it's rained every day of 2026 so far. In the UK? I can probably believe it. Wait. Huh? Okay, cool. Wait, it looks like we might be, not yet, but doing some, Toxic Commando. With how our weather is, Raven, we will see some snow in spring. Yeah, we'll be okay, we'll be okay. I don't mind it raining much if it's just a bit warmer. Right, guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'll show you guys Mugenics, when I get back. Oh, it'll be a second, obviously. I'll show this deck while we're here. Let me just get this ready. Is there an actual trailer? There must be, right? There is an official trailer. 10 months ago. Okay. Right, give me 1 sec. Bye-bye. I'm back. Right, let me open this. Excuse me. Oh god, my throat's starting to feel it. Right. I guess this is fine. Let me just sort my life out.
In other ghastly news,
Hold. I'm not sure how this I'm not sure what this trailer is because I've not seen it. Wait, what in the? Oh, there we go.
in other ghastly news, the mother of that child that went missing a few years back is also missing. Mrs. Mary
This trailer's gonna be so
Jones
weird.
could not have any children. When her hubby's a seed swam in, the Lord above just killed him. Sad though it was, there's a silver lining. They bought 2 little kitties at the pound. The tabby started humping and it led to quite a something. Now a blissful family unit is found there. The house is all a bustle with feline.
Does this have gameplay? It does, okay.
The only problem now is they're just not knowing how to keep those kitty titties in a sling. Slipping on some poop in the bathroom hallway, limited to sleeping on the porch. Neighbors throwing bottles at their heads on Fridays. Maybe they should kill them. They should have had some children. Try some IVF for vitamins or yoga or a colon cleanse. The Joneses just aren't making friends. Those kitties are the bloody end. If they hadn't named them, it'd be swell to flush them down the drinking well. Their life's become a living hell. But they're so cute. All of them. Abner, Ajax, Alfie, Alan, Alvin, Andy, Angus, Anton, Archie, Arlo, Arnie, Artie, Aspen, Atlas, Banjo, Banshee, Barney, Bartok, Batman, Beaver, Benji, Benson, Bernie, Bilbo, Bogart, Bongo, Boofy, Boombox, Bowtie, Braveheart, Bronson, Brubeck, Bumhead, Butler, Cabbage, Carlos, Casper, Cato, Chadwick, Chandler, Chauncey, Chester, Chicken, Comet, Cooper, Cornbread, Cricket, Crunchy, Curly.
I don't have like a mech.
Dallas, Derby, Dasher, Derek, Dewey, Disco, Dogboy, Dozer, Dreckley, Elwood, Fatty, Fearless, Fergus, Finley, Flapjack, Fonzie, Francis Fresco, Frostbite, Fuscus, Gary, Gavin, Geezer, Gipper.
It's so long.
Gobble, Grimble, Guido, Gumby, Gustav, Haddock, Harold, Harvey, Hedwig, Herbie, Hobson, Hopscotch, Ian, Igor, Ivan, Jasper, Jelly, Jesus, Jimbo, Jojo, Jordach, Jumpy, Kirby, Larry, Lennox, Lewis, Liam, Linus, Magnus.
It just goes on for so long.
Maynard, Mickey, Sultan, Swayze, Taboo, Tarzan, T.
This goes on and on. Right, so what I'll do, so what I'll do, just to, since you're all freaked out now, let's go gameplay. So go lower A to Z, yeah. Gameplay reveal.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mugenics. I am your host, Edmund McMillan.
This is the creator, or one of them.
Isaac, Super Meat Boy, and a few other things that you don't know. And I'm here to show off a game called Mugenics. It's a game that me and Tyler have been working on for well over 6 years. It will be releasing in February 10th to be specific, and you can wishlist it on Steam. I've been promising a video. A gameplay video. There has been no gameplay videos of this game, and I wanted to basically stream it. And this is me giving you just an improvised run. I'm on a new save. I have bypassed the game's tutorial because I'm going to be the tutorial for you here. And here we have our starter house and a bunch of cats. The cats with the white text are our retired cats. These were the tutorial cats, is what the ones that started it all. We got one of their kittens here, another one that has grown up. That's a pretty girl. A few strays. We got some Poop, Sniff, Giant, and Fitzgerald. These are stray cats. They appear by your house every day, so you've got some new cats every single time you pass the day. But we're gonna gloss over this whole house situation. We'll get back to that later. I want to get right into the meat and potatoes, which is the adventures, and then we'll get into all the insanity with all this stuff. The main thing that I want you to know here is, in order to survive, we need food. The food is up top. We have 14 food. We have 7 cats. Each cat eats 1 unit of food in order to pass the day, or the cats will start starving. So we want to be able to feed these cats. We could pass the day 2 more times and see what else we get, see if they mate, see what strays appear. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to go out on an adventure to get more food, items, and money.
You've basically got like a management game where you're trying to like acquire and breed and improve the cats, and then you've got the adventure part, which
see when
there you go. So you drag him over where his head is, I guess.
Class callers. So these are the 4 classes you start with in the game, which is fighter. It's a melee attacker. We've got a hunter. He's a ranged attacker. We've got a mage, who's also a ranged attacker that has a focus on casting spells, and we've got a tank, who is a melee attacker with some spice that is all about taking damage and absorbing it, not getting killed like this little waif over here. Let me go through the stats real quick for you. We'll use Sniff as an example here. Sniff is a very average cat. You can kind of tell here, the 6 is a little bit green, the 4s are a little bit red. That becomes more pronounced as you go above and
it's called
below
Mugenics.
5, which is the average.
So yeah, the cats have stats,
Dexterity,
and
damage,
they have classes, and they've got abilities.
These are the items that
And
I
there's
acquired
items.
on my tutorial run. I got a stick and a small catnip baggie. This gains me mana and is a trinket, and stick is a weapon. We're going to give the stick to our fighter so we can get in there and deal a lot of damage. And we're going to give
Yeah, and then in an actual game, it's like this, you know, sort of grid-based, tactical,
can move through
turn-based
units or objects that you can damage, and will deal 3 damage to them when they walk.
So yeah, I'm not really. Obviously, this is a very long video.
Damage,
but yeah,
and knocks
it's
back 1, because then he could leave
all this, right? And then you do your mission, you get rewards, I guess, and level up, new abilities, and then you go home and then do sort of the home stuff out, and then so on and so on. So yeah, that went on a bit longer than I planned. But yeah, that's Mugenics. I think a lot of people are excited for it, and we are. I'm not gonna play it tomorrow because it's out tomorrow night, but it's tomorrow night for me, so I won't be streaming. But the day after, we'll probably play it. Yeah, and as you can imagine, with the people who made Isaac, there's like almost infinite content. And those classes aren't like the only classes. Those are just the starter base classes. There's loads of classes as far as I'm aware. Tons of abilities, 1 million items, all different cat variations. Because I think the cats themselves, you can breed them or try and get them to breed, I think, which then like you can sort of control it a bit. But also I think it's like heavily RNG. So it's like got almost infinite replayability as well. There's over 1,000 abilities in the game. Yeah, I think there's like thousands of items, or at least over 1,000 items as well. So yeah, we're definitely going to... And I don't think it's going to be very expensive. I'm not sure. Is there an official price? I don't know if there's been enough price confirmed, but it is almost certainly not going to be expensive. $30, so it's 20 quid basically. Yeah, not bad at all. Why don't we just knock out the Chingling, right? Yes, Latrina, exactly, yeah. I was sold at cats, yeah. It's cats as long as you can deal with the odd humor. He said for a full main story playthrough, it takes about 200 hours, right? And that is also without what I imagine will be special types of runs, modded runs, or whatever. You know, because look at, you know, Sinvicta, who's in our chat sometimes. I'm pretty sure Sinvicta's been making Binding of Isaac content for like 1 million years. because there's just so much to a game that appears on the surface so simple. But I think the only sticking point for people, realistically, I think, will be the humor. I think that's the only, not problem, but the off-putting thing I can see with the game. And obviously, if you don't like the genre, right? If you don't like turn-based, those types of games, right? That's obviously also a thing. How is the humor? Well, it's like you see the cats like bang, basically, and stuff like that, and it's very grim. I look at Isaac. You're literally I'm not sure about the full story of Isaac, but aren't you like basically an abandoned baby and stuff, and like, yeah, you know, like, and all like just weird stuff. But like that's, you know. To me, unless the stuff's really bad, I don't really care about any of that if the game's good. And I don't mind the humor. It's just that even if I did mind it, if the game was really good, it wouldn't really bother me. Oh, I've not mentioned. You know, I have started. You know, I started playing last night. Started rocking a bit of Horizon Zero Dawn. First time, yeah. I have the complete edition on PC. Is it any good? I've only really done the tutorial stage, but visually looks very nice. Everything seems nice so far, and I don't know, but it is very much up my alley of far, like, post-apocalyptic worlds or settings, I guess, that have moved so far past what happened, they forgot what happened. Does that make sense? Because there's a few things that are like that, like C, the show, God C. I quite like that idea. I don't know if I explained it well, but I quite like it. There was a show, and I cannot remember what it was called. And it was like, it was a fantasy. I'm sure it was about a sword. It's a fantasy show. But what got really cool about it was, I'm pretty sure there's like orcs, elves, dwarfs and stuff in it, and like gnomes or some or goblins. But what's cool about it was, as far as I can recall, it's actually set in the super far future, where there was some kind of apocalyptic event, and humans actually mutated into dwarves, elves, and so on. And when the characters are walking around, you see like the shell of an old card. It's like rusted to crap. It's literally just the shell all like overgrown and stuff. And they're like, oh, I wonder what that was. Or what is this like structure, or what is this thing? I found that really fun. Like a really cool idea. There's been a few shows that have done that, but Horizon's one of them as well. Yeah. God, what was it? I really want to know the name of the show. Show where it is set in the future, but elves and dwarfs exist. Shannara Chronicles. There you go. I think it was a book as well. I think the show was based off a book. The Shannara Chronicles. Yeah, there's. See, it's all up here. I have such a wide breadth of knowledge. Yeah, I thought it was pretty. Again, I like that as a thing. When does Rank return? I believe it's the day after tomorrow. I know they made a show. Oh, you should watch it. it's your typical that sort of show, right? It's not mind-blowing, but I really like the concept, because I've not read the books. Yeah, the show was fine. Very young adult. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a very typical mid to early 2000s style adventure show, right? It's not gonna... you know what it's almost like, sort of? You know, like a slightly more modern, like Xena Warrior Princess or Hercules, that sort of, you know, nothing crazy, but it was kind of fun at the time. You know, that sort of level of show. And it does have... It's thingy. Austin Butler's the main character. And the guy who plays... I think it's the guy who plays Deathstroke in Arrow. He's also in it. Yeah, Austin Butler is the main character in it, which is hilarious now, seeing how famous he is. I remember, yeah, that is... Manu Bennett is the person who plays Deathstroke. If not, they look very similar. Oh, damn, we've got the full at hand here. Yes, okay, cool. His voice is cool. One of those people with a cool voice. There was another show. What was the other show? Which was similar, but it was about a sword. I'm sure it was about a sword. And it had an old Gandalf-style wizard guy. I think he was a famous actor as well. And there was a lady in it who wore red leather and had 2 sticks that were like pain sticks when they touched you. What show was that? Because I remember watching that and thinking, this is so bad, but I love it. Doesn't ring... Let me find it. Red leather pain baton character. Google's perfect. I found it already. The Sword of Truth. It's called. Yeah, there you go. Sword of Truth, and it's Agiel? Agiel? Google image, you will not be disappointed. I'll tell you that for free. I'll tell you that for free. Yeah, that's a good show. Again, pretty run-of-the-mill fantasy sort of TV show, but it was decent. Let me see, what was it? Sword of Truth. Let me see who was in it. Of Truth. Right. Sword of Truth TV show. Wait, was it? Why is it on IMDb? I'm confused. Okay, draw. We did not get it. That's annoying. Let's go hand up a little bit here. Oh. Sorry for the big Hearthstone announcements today, or do you already know everything? Couldn't possibly say, Swiss. Couldn't possibly say, my friend. I have no clue what you're talking about. But yeah, it should be good. Yeah, yeah. Especially if you look at... No, we don't do 2s anymore at Blizzard. Swiss. We're not doing 2s. We took the 2 from Overwatch. Unless we took the 2 from Overwatch and gave it to Hearthstone. How crazy is that? Overwatch 2 is now just called Overwatch, and we've moved the 2 over to Hearthstone. They now own the 2. I do actually think Hearthstone 2 would be sick. Like a full reset. It's what I think they should do with World of Warcraft as well. Imagine if World of Warcraft 2 came out. Like, honestly. Overwatch 1 is back. No, it's the... Well, Overwatch... I might dip my toe back into Overwatch. Is it today or tomorrow? They're releasing 5 new characters, all today or tomorrow. They've changed a few bits, and they've dropped the 2, so it's just back to Overwatch again. This deck does just lose to this sort of thing, doesn't it? Excuse me, Jesus Christ. All the new heroes look so uninspired. How dare you say Jetpack Cat is uninspired? How dare you? Although I will say, have you seen the, why is it called Jetpack Cat? 'Cause it's a cat in a jetpack. I mean, it literally does what it says on the tin. Why is it called, why would it be called anything else? Here's my question. Call it Gary? Wait. Oh, we just win. Guys, I love just winning. Wait, they didn't even see if I had another Pokemon. Damn it, what was I gonna say? Yeah, have you guys seen the Asian face controversy about Overwatch? Yeah, it's not the best. The videos are very funny, but funny in a haha, this is bad kind of way. It's basically every Asian character, regardless of where they're from, has the same face, and they show it by basically the hair comes off the character, so it's just forehead down and like face round bald, and they just keep putting different hairs of the Overwatch characters on the same face, and it's basically the same. They look identical. It is crazy. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. I think the only one that doesn't look identical is Mei, because she's got a bit of a rounder face, right? There's no video of that with Torbjorn as the last song. Yeah, it's not, and again, it's not like it's not just Overwatch that does this, right? Blizzard can't seem to catch a break. Well, you know what I think the problem is as well? And I do not have enough of a knowledge base about this, but I imagine it's like a bit of a tightrope. Because there's also a world where if they design them all differently, which I'm not saying would be wrong, But then would they be accused of like stereotyping how people look based on where they're from? I don't know. But I imagine it's a unfun task, and it's going to be one of those you're probably going to be damned if you do and damned if you don't. I think it's the new character introduced in the animated short where she looked much older than in the game. Oh, which character? The one... Is it the one with the sword? I don't really know the characters. I just know Jetpack Cat for obvious reasons. The new Asian girl. The Fire Fans? That one? Oh, I didn't press enter. Whoops, my bad, my bad. Yeah, I do. Whilst I don't think they have to make caricatures of every character based on where they're from, I think they could make the characters look different. I think that's, to me, more of a problem. Like, their faces are pretty much identical, and that wouldn't be the case even if the characters were from the same place. Never mind them being from different places, right? Like, the faces just look like, I think it's just lazy more than anything. I think that's, like, probably not going to be the factor that's shouted out the most, but I think that's probably the more annoying factor. It's just over anime style of the game. No, you can make people's faces look different, right? You can make the characters' faces look different, and they can still look a sort of anime style or whatever. Or even just face shape, right? Like, I think anime does that a lot, where the shapes of the faces are different as well. There's a load of stuff they could do. Right, should we try this Steelix deck now that we've played a lot of this? Wait, where's the Steelix deck? There it is. The only thing I wish is that, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe someone can tell me who plays Overwatch or has played recently, but you can only play third person in the third person game mode, right? You can't just play third person in any game mode, is that correct? Oh no. The no Brocks are gonna hurt my soul. Just regular, basic Brock. And I'm still missing a second copycat. Also, they should definitely start doing rainbow or just full art versions of these items. You prefer third person? Yeah. I think there are a lot of flaws with first person. Type is not included in this deck. Oh wait, no, I want steel, don't I? That's what my brain. Wait, what? Oh, I see what's gone wrong. Yeah, I see what the game's doing. Yeah, they added a. Was it called Stadium? It's like a mode that you play third person in because they saw like Rivals was doing really well. Before I played I've played loads of competitive shooters, and I think only certain competitive shooters benefit from first person. Like, for example, I don't think Valorant would be a good third person game. But I think Arena, sort of like just hero shooters, massively benefit from being third person. Okay. So, they're dark. I again, interesting. I don't really know. I think this is the hardest part of the whole deck, right? It's just working out how to open. But for me, I don't know what first person Overwatch like adds to the game. I think if Overwatch was Rivals, if that makes sense, it would be better. I didn't watch the ad actually. No, I've not had a chat. I've literally woke up, walked waffle, fed waffle, ate food really quick, and then started stream. But I know there is one. I know like Jigglypuff and Gaga sing and stuff or something. I've seen like the posts about it. I just give us Pokemon Day. Hard drop champions, and then everyone in the world will be happy, right? I've decided I don't like Raging Bolt in VGC, by the way. Mainly because I got rinsed by someone when I played it. Rockus! Maximus! See, here's the problem now. I cannot play the other Indeedee, right? Oh, I have been enjoying that PUBG game as well. I've put a few. How many hours have I put into that? I put 3.5 hours into the PUBG game. I've got the new My Hero Academia All's Justice as well, which is fun but very hard. And it's the same as all the old ones. Every time I play a 3D, an arena fighter, I sit there and just think, this is fun, and it would have been way more fun if it wasn't an arena fighter. Wish we could ban cards in ranked games, like banning heroes in MOBAs. It just wouldn't be feasible, would it? Alright, flip heads. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, really? Sabrina? Wait. Really? I really want him to out of habit press attack. I'd actually love it. Oh no. Oh, they did it. Oh my god. Ah, good times. The fact they did it is crazy. I cannot believe they attacked. Time to juice. Oh, coin flips in this deck, isn't there? And there's no bounce in this list, right? I lost more than one game because the popsicle kept on giving and I ran out of time. Oh, well, that's your fault, right? You should always stop and give yourself enough time to do the turn. We just lose now, right? Right, this is what was concerning, where everyone's saying like this deck's the nuts. Is that I don't know how it just deals with this sort of damage output. Like, there's just nothing we were doing there. Okay, once you get a Steelix and ready to go, you almost never swap it out. I mean, I guess I don't swap it out and just concede there instead, right? Like, I was dead if I didn't swap it. You need to heal with the second mouse last turn. I don't think that would have made a difference. So if I heal, then you'd assume that's to stay in with Steelix, but then I take poison damage. And so it ends up being the same, right? Of course they're going first. Like, I don't think the deck's actually good. I think just a player had a good run. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but... Well... Promise you won't switch to a random match. True! I've not got rid of the bad luck. Like, is this what it's for? Is it just like an Altaria counter? Is that what it's meant to be for, maybe? I guess? And Kangaskhan? I guess, yeah. Because don't get me wrong, I can see this, right? Like, it obviously has good times versus Altaria. Although saying that, I imagine Altaria a lot of the time just deletes the Onyx. Because they could have deleted my Onyx here. If they just got one more Pokemon. So if they had two Pokemon on the bench, we lose. I guess I could have evolved Steelix, but then they get a free full hit on it. Pop, stop it. Wait, Pop. Pop stop what? Sorry? I'll tell you, can't touch Steelix or the Helm, even if it swings first. I mean, it just can do 110, right? It's pretty good. Yeah, I know it's a hard matchup. I'm just saying you can just lose the Onyx early and then just lose the game, right? Like, it's not like it's a super hard counter. There's plenty of ways for Altaria to deal with it. That's a tricky one. I think the problem for me is the deck is just dull. I think that's what I would struggle with. I think the hardest part about the deck is keeping focused whilst doing, like, playing something a bit dull. With a Helm, Altaria hits for 90. Well, you said even if it swings first. Does Altaria not hit for 110 if it swings first? No, it hits for 90. Steelix's ability isn't an ability, though. It's on attack, right? Is it not on attack? It's lingering. I don't know what you're talking about. If the Steelix hits the Altaria... Sorry, if the Altaria... No, it's not. If the Altaria hits the Steelix first, the Steelix hasn't attacked. Therefore, it's taking 110, not 90. I think that's where we're getting confused. It doesn't take 90 twice. If the Altaria hits first, it deals 110. Because the Steelix hasn't attacked to activate the -20. So it's 110 plus then 90 the second time. And that's without Stadium for +10 each time as well. Potentially, obviously. So it's having 210. Right, but again, they run Stadium a certain amount of the time as well, right? Again, I'm not saying it's a great matchup. I'm just saying it's not like it deletes Altaria, right? Hmm. Yeah, the main concern in the Altaria matchup for the Steelix is them just knocking out Onyx, right? Or this, where now I'm, like, potentially susceptible to a Sabrina. I don't think. I think it's more about Sabrina, yeah. You see what I mean, though? There's like there's plenty of ways in which it's problematic. Because Altaira's just so fast. I don't know. But I also, it's my own bias where I don't like single Pokemon decks, if that makes sense, generally speaking. I like a lot of moving parts. And there's like no moving parts to this, right? Rokiyama also deals 20 to 6 if he swings, yeah. Onyx / Brock is such a bad card. The problem is, on paper, it has to be bad. Right? Because if Brock was really good, it would be broken. Or they'd just add one to Onyx's abilities. So then it kind of ends up being the same, right? Like, this Onyx, for example, or like Onyx in general with 3 retreat, is decent because suddenly it's 100 HP basic, taking minus 20 damage. That's a tanky boy at the start. It's just a conversion to it doing anything relevant. Furfrou almost does it. Yeah, but Furfrou doesn't convert into anything, right? But Furfrou is a good card, for sure. Hello? Like, Onyx is never going to be better than Furfrou if Steelix exists. Because that's just not how the game works, right? Generally. Furfrou is a good basic, but Druddigon is better. Oh, I disagree. I think Furfrou is better in pretty much every way. There he is. Try the new Chandelier. Yeah, I don't think it's very good. If you're not literally playing a supporter every turn, you suck. Oh, interesting. So I wonder what their knowledge of this deck is, because we could get absolutely crapped on by Mawile here, I think. Not sure that's right by them. Oh, I like the switch. If they have knowledge of the deck. And assuming they have the minus 50 damage one, maybe. Would that help? Minus 50. Yeah, assuming they have a way to tank this hit, I think it's fine. Because it lets them get their second more while energied, right? Or they pivot back into Skarmory next turn. They already burnt one. Oh, yeah, obviously, like, dependent on their hand. Like, that only works if they can tank that hit, attack me again, and then retreat the next turn. Because if they know the deck I'm playing, they know it doesn't run Sabrina or Cyrus, right? Which is a problem. For sure. Play tournament list or with I'm playing the tournament list. Yeah, so guys, we've got we did a tournament review at the start of the stream, so you can go and watch the VOD for that. But is it time to crack the Cyberpunk box? Let me Oh, I should probably move the card. I'm gonna have to switch all this around. We'll make the sub goal larger. Right? That's reasonable, I think. Right, guys. We've been very nicely sent Cyberpunk TCG Alpha Kit box by the team over there. So I'm gonna crack it. First off, it's got playmats, which I can open up. It's got two paper playmats. Sorry, I'm hitting stuff on my desk. Which has, I think we can just show all this. I'm sure Cal won't shout at me. So it gives, there's the playmat. Obviously, it'll flatten out. And then there's rules on the back with all the types of cards, which is pretty nice. And now I'm going to have to try and fold it back how it was. There we go. So we've got two playmats. Perfect. Oof. Guys, it looks good. Shall I crack it? Sealed Yorinobu Arasaka card. I'll break it just for you guys. I'll tear the plastic and hopefully not the card. Oh my god. Oh, hang on. See, them thinking about this logically, it's actually got a little seam on it. Oh, that's nice. Right. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's raised as well. Okay, so let's start putting these somewhere safe. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so for those of you who don't know about the game, it does have dice in it. Hang on, I'm trying to do this without causing problems here. Oh, I should probably change my thing. So I will be putting up some more, like, better pictures and stuff after stream and everything. But it does have dice. And the dice look really good. PSA 10 for sure. And this is an alpha kit, by the way, so this is a bit of a rarity. So they have custom dice, which look pretty sick, actually. Try and show them you without. Because these are like a part of the game. You use the dice in the game. They look really nice. Very on theme. They're really nice. And then I'm guessing this is, sorry guys, what's that? This is just the second. This is just the second set, right? That would make absolute sense. And look, an actual, like, different... Pretty good, right? Pretty good. So there's the custom dice. Preem, exactly. And then, oh my god, let me move my keyboard a bit. So now we've got the decks, which I'm gonna try. Again, these are just alpha decks, if that makes sense. That work? It worked. The cards seem really nice, actually. So we've got like the rules cards, which are fine. Oh, there's the regular Arasaka. Which, honestly, since I think this is just a basic card, I think they look so good. Like the artwork and just this, you know, just the card itself. I think that's just like a normal version, I think. Okay, let me just organize how I'm doing this. There's Goro. It's new. There's Saburo. I think the cards look really clean. And we've got these like Mantis Blades. Got a few of those. Damn, I want to play already. Let me have a look. There's some equipment cards. All very in theme. Let me see if there's some more. Corporate surveillance. These cards look cool. Corpo security. Oh, now this looks like... I think the artwork is a true highlight, honestly. Like, for me, although this might not look like much, I think it looks so sick. Like, how cool does that look? Ruthless Low Life. Looks so sick. And then I'm just seeing if there's cards have not shown on here. There's another Goro, which looks pretty sick as well. This is just a basic card, guys. Oh, and okay, I like this card. There's an Armored Minotaur. Okay, now let me put these carefully back in. Hold. And then I'm assuming this is a different deck. You show off the back side of the card? Yes. Give me 1 second, and I'll show you from this deck, since I've got it in my hands. The rules cards. That's the back. Pretty clean. Street cred mechanic, yeah. Right, we've got Jackie. Okay, and this is nice. V Corporate Exile. Looks kind of sick. Oh, good job, Kawa. Yeah, everyone click on that link. Victor. So I don't know if you've been here all the time, Kawa. But like, I just think the cards look good. You know, like the layout, the artwork. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Right? Look at this. How insane is that? You like the quality feels good, Kawa. The quality feels good. Yeah. 100%. The quality feels good to me. I've only just, pulled them out and started looking at them, obviously. But it feels good in my hands for now. Don't see any problems. Oh, look at that. And these are just normie cards, which that sounds like a bad thing, but do you know what I mean? Like the basic look of the normal cards. Hey, Biscuit, thank you. Is really nice. Oh, look at that. It's just good. And they've got Dying Knight, Vise Pistol. They just look like really nice. Gloria. Where's Judy? I'm not sure if she's in here. Judy not in the alpha kit. There you go. Yeah, I've seen the art though. Like, look, even this. Like, look how good this looks. Look how good it looks. Right? I don't think it just looks sick. I don't know. Let me put those here. Where's Pan Am? Well, I don't have all the cards. Here's Evelyn though. I just think they got the design overall really good. I think they got the design really good. It feels like unique. It feels very cyberpunky. As T-Bug. Yeah, we've got Delamain Cab. That's what I like about this, right? Like, at least, again, at a glance, this is, what, a 4-cost, 7-power card. That's it, and it's a vehicle, right? Very simple. Oh, sorry, I need to hide my face. Very simple, but look how good the card looks. Big artwork. Everything you need to know on there. It just looks really cool. There's a Flathead, which you'll definitely know if you've played the game. And then, finally, we've got the boy. Jackie. This looks so good, right? Just looks really, really good. We're changing the vanillas to show off even more art. Fantastic, because the artwork is a true highlight. Right, there's no, like, mystery, is there, in this? It's the 2 boxes of dice, which look very good. There's the 2 decks. And then there's this bad boy, if you haven't seen it yet. If you missed the start of me showing these cards, the Lord. Wait, the foils are random, Kawa? I got this one. It's really nice. Like, look at it. It's really nice. And it's textured a bit as well. Yorinobu Arasaka. The leader. Or legend, sorry, not leader. It looks so good. The line works crazy. Yeah, it is very... obviously, you guys see it on camera, but, like, you look at it in front of you and you're like, damn, that's nice. Like, instantly. You can just tell. And the foil is really nice, as you can hopefully at least half appreciate on camera. It's so good. Rigged port, yeah, it looks really, really nice. So yeah, that is again, the dice look. Oh, hang on, didn't put the playmats back in because I'm an idiot. The dice are great. The card art and layout and card quality, fantastic. Looking forward to playing. I really can't wait. There will be more. I'll put proper pictures up and everything after stream, like later today. I was supposed to do it a bit earlier this past weekend, but I've been sick, so I didn't have a chance to do it. I wanted to do it a bit properly. So I'll be putting more pictures up, a bit more involved, for you guys to take closer looks at the cards, because honestly, bias aside of me and Kyle being friends, regardless of all that, I will promise you now, card quality feels good. Feels better than other card games I've seen before. And then artwork, fantastic, as you guys can use your own eyes for that. So it looks really, really good. So yeah, I'll be putting more pictures up. I'll put some in Discord, post some on my socials and everything as well. But yeah, if you want to repost the... where's that first link? If you are even remotely interested, guys, just go on this link and just have a look at the Kickstarter for it. Just have a little look. Cal versus Raven show match when? Oh, whenever you like, my friend. Whenever you like. But yeah, go and take a look. Is it only physical? It's only physical, as far as I'm aware. That's officially been announced, yes. Now, are we all wishing for digital? Of course we are. But that's probably a future thing. We got a Twitch category for it, yeah. Yeah, I really recommend checking it out, guys, because even from a collection standpoint, the cards look great. So if you like Cyberpunk and just looking at the cards looks good for you, give it a whirl. Are there any cards referencing all the bugs in the first release? That's a question for Kawa. And if you want to check out more artwork, they've been posted on the socials in the Discord as well. And again, for me, I'm just really happy that the art looks fantastic. There's still different styles, there's still different things going on, but overall the art and like the actual card layout and look looks nice. So yeah, it looks really, really good. I'm looking forward to checking out more, playing it. Maybe we can get I love CP. I'd collect those cards. Yeah, they're nice as well. That's what I'm saying. Like the quality's nice. I've seen your message, Timber. It's definitely not me, so just report them. There's unfortunately nothing I can do. You're not the first and you won't be the last, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely make sure to check them out, guys. Even go and check them out, even just to look at the cool artwork, right? At worst, because it's well worth it, and give them a follow on the Kickstarter to keep an eye on stuff. Because I'll definitely be doing some more on this, and we'll see if we can maybe we'll get a game against Kawa at some point. We'll definitely try and sort that out. That'll be pretty fun. But yeah, guys, I have had a sore throat for the past 3 to 4 days, and I'm starting to feel it after a measly 4.5 hours of stream, which sucks, but I'm doing my best. I am going to take a break. We can't buy that box, right? I don't think you can specifically buy an alpha kit, but Kawa, you can probably answer that. Can they acquire this through Kickstarter, or is this unique, but they can acquire similar things through Kickstarter? Because you'll know a lot more than I will. You can't, but he's currently working on a giveaway for an alpha kit. Yeah, this is unpurchasable. Therefore, I am the owner of a rare item. It's really nice. I'm glad I've got one. So yeah, thank you to Kyle. Thank you to everyone at the team. Looking forward to checking out more of it when it gets close to release. Yeah, guys, thanks all for watching. I really appreciate it. My throat is dying a slow death, though. I will be back tomorrow unless I wake up and can't talk. But for now, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day. Goodbye.